Hello, and welcome back to Roll4It. Tonight we'll be playing some RPG Dark Heresy, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers are going to be playing your favorite RPGs. So, yes, Dark Heresy is set in the Warhammer 40k universe. It is a dark, grimdark future where there are all kinds of gribblies, demons, monsters, aliens, all out for destroying the Imperium of Man, and only our illustrious acolytes of the Inquisition can stand between them and, well, the uncertain horror of what is out there. Right.
Dark. Grim dark.
It's dark and grim. Very dark and grim. Sweet. Okay, right. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to really say other than let's do some announcement stuff. Alright. Splat, do you want to mention the Patreon and since it's coming up for the Patreon?
Yeah, so for the Patreon, if you wanted to jump on in, we got private Discord servers you can hang out on. We got extra bonus VOD that you only get if you're a Patreon supporter. Cool stuff where we talk about the game, things of that nature. And coming up very soon, one of our tiers allows you to vote on who we're going to fight in future campaigns. So it's the Ordo Xenos, the Ordo Hereticus, or the Ordo Demonicus, whatever. There's the demon ones too. There's 3 factions. You get to vote for which one you want us to go up against, and the campaign will in some way be linked to that faction. And so it's going to be pretty sweet. You should get in on it.
Okay, so yeah, oh no, the Mecha Duke Dreads are out. So the vote for episode theme is basically, will it be based around aliens, demons, or heretics? And that's effectively what the vote is. You can join a faction, you can change the faction any month. And basically the most popular one, we will have one of those episodes. And I think effectively we should be doing one now. Like it'll be open now, it'll be open after the show thing. So you should be able to go vote on that. And I think some of our players are going to try and pimp you certain factions, so...
I'm all about Ordo Spiritus.
That is not a choice. You'll not be fighting an army of ferrets.
That means you're tasked with hunting and killing ferrets.
No, just hunting them, and then bringing them back. Garrett would try to kill them, but we'd be fine.
Or you're a radical member of the Ordo Ferretus.
Garrett would find out how many we could fit into an airlock at once, and just watch them fly off into space.
You think chat hated you because of the Jacaro? Oh my lord.
They did.
Pretty salty about it. It was saltier than Xbox Live up in here. It was...
No. Nothing can quite get that salty. So, who's going to pimp which faction?
Oh,
I'm all about heretics.
Ordo Xenos.
Yeah, I'm heretic
Brandy's
as shit, so...
Brandy's got to be Ordo Xenos. The Tyranids, they are a threat to us all. They must be destroyed.
They're space
And the orcs
roaches.
as well.
We'll be fine. The real threat is within. The people who are tainting our minds and like putting posters on walls telling you to go against the God Emperor. It's not okay.
Or pretending to be the God Emperor.
We stab them.
Yeah, who would ever do that, Avac? We don't know anyone who would do that.
That was a light mistake. It went too far. That wasn't the expected result.
A mild bit of heresy. Everyone's allowed a little bit of heresy.
By the way, I'm the God Em. Lol.
I didn't say that. They said that.
You
I just went
posted
along with
selfies
it.
and shit. the natives were there with their little, S7s before the batteries explode, of course. And they're there taking selfies.
Is that how you wiped them out?
Em.
You sent them exploding galaxies.
No, we just didn't even shoot them with them.
Actually,
that explosion we saw from
exploding
orbit was all of the phones going up
way.
at the same time.
So no one's going to support the Ordo Malus. No anti-demons in here.
You can do it.
Never had any running with the demons.
You're the one with the red shirt on right now. You're the one up in... You're already looking like the devil over there, so you got to support him.
Skulls for the Skull Throne.
Once all the Xenos are dead, he'll kill the demons.
So, yeah, like, if you want them to fight demons, go vote for Ordo Malus, because the demons are the only thing they've ever had real trouble against.
Yeah.
No. Demons are boring.
I was fine.
Yeah. Brander's never had trouble with the bolter.
Except for Brander getting chopped in half by bolter fire.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the demons are fine. As long as they're still on a table, you just chop it in half and you're good.
Exactly.
You know, that guy that took a chainsaw and a stick and almost cut me in half.
That too.
Mostly it's chain weapons and bolters that seem to be kind of terrifying.
I mean, you have the chain weapon now, just no one got chain training. So you've got, like, this weapon sitting around, you're like, this is awesome, I can't use it.
Yeah, the excavator.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how we've got that around. Like, how do we transport that? Because it's huge, right?
Well, we don't take it out with us when we go out. We just...
You could have used it last episode when you were on, like, the planet. Like, No one's gonna stop you
It's
there.
40,000 years in the future. It's got to be like extendable. It's like a pocket version, you know? You press a button and it.
I'm just waiting until there's something we need to dig through. And then we just pull it out of our Mary Poppins bag and store it.
Roll for mining.
Yeah,
sure
but
that bag is
there's going
Heresy,
to be
by the
another
way?
giant crystal underground. We're going to have to dig down to it and put another explosive on it. It'll be great.
Oh.
Who was putting explosive on this one?
I'm pretty sure Garrett has run away from every terrifying thing so far,
Yeah,
and that Brander has picked up
He's
the
got-
torch every time and done it for him.
he's such a hard ass as well. He's like, this is wrong and we should destroy it now. Only when it's defenseless. Yeah? Yeah, I thought so. Only the defenseless wrong things are to be purged by Garrett.
You're learning. You're learning, yes. Garrett has 22 willpower, okay? It is so bad. Everything just makes him cry and poop himself and run away.
But he's got like 5 million wounds.
Yeah.
He also can dodge pretty well, so he's really hard to kill. He's just really easy to scare. Like,
Yeah.
oh, a spider!
That needs to be clipped. Someone clip that. That is amazing.
Oh god,
It'll
I'm
need to
forgetting the
have-
Twitch clips of the thing.
We need to have that as a command, just exclamation spider, and just have that sound play.
I will record that, and next time that someone is scared and runs away from a fear test, I'll just play that as a sound effect.
So
Good call.
So good.
Yeah, someone's clipped it already. God damn it!
There you go. Charming aardvark PJ Salt.
How are
fast.
people so? I know how are people so good at that. Like, someone else clipped it as well. Black Sun. Damn it.
Outrageous Narwhal John Carnage. What?
Well, why don't we talk about where we left off? Let's figure this
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, so overall, effectively, you went to hunt down some Xenos traders who've been like trading in illicit aliens, ostensibly from managing to grab something off of Ixion, which is a dead world. You went, followed them down. You managed to find out who was trading it onto Eridus Dire, which is the world that you were looking at. They came to kill you. You killed them. You ran away. You killed 2 enforcers at the same time. You then talked to the captain of the ship who brought it here. He didn't apparently know about it. He then took you back to where the ship he was carting around to and from Ixion had crashed. You went down to the planet. You found the person who captained that ship. You took them prisoner. You shot their friends. You found out that there was a gene stealer involved. You killed the gene stealer. You found out that the village nearby had some sort of psyker there who helped you. And they all revered the god Emp because they had a very backwards feral culture. You said thank you very much. You left, and then you nuked them from orbit, effectively. You have managed to kill all the aliens. No mention of the Jukero, sadly, because you met another alien and then murdered him very early on. You managed to get back to orbit. All of that was sorted. You killed all the aliens. You wiped out some unsanctioned psychers. You managed to get yourself a prisoner in the form of the trade master who had been trading these illegal aliens around. You managed to find the person on the ship who had been working with the ground crew and with the trade master. You interrogated them. They went on to tell you something about a tech priest before something in their head popped and their brain exploded. However, Cassius, in a very daring attempt at digging out information, as they were effectively going into brainstem death, managed to dive inside their head and grab some vague information, including the fact that you've got some sort of sense of deja vu, possibly met them before.
Oh.
And we come back with you being back aboard the ship, having just pulled in, just having been greeted by Valentine and so forth, having sent your reports in, and what do you want to do? I believe you said you're going to leave Valentine into one of the brigs on the ship, weren't you? Not Valentine, sorry. You're going to take Verdun.
Yeah.
Valentine into the brig would be significantly more difficult.
That would be, yeah, that'd be a different vibe, really.
Also, random tail.
Take him in.
Yeah, so you take Verdun down to the brig and you lock him up.
Okay. Assuming that we're more or less all there, just stood outside. What shape is Verdun in right now? Is he conscious? Is he just out of it?
Yeah, how much blood has he lost by now?
He wasn't bleeding overly, no main arteries or veins have been ripped. He effectively went down to 1 or 2 wounds and then got whacked in the back of the head by a blunt object. He's pretty unconscious right now. He's been unconscious for a little while. He'll probably gain consciousness in the next few hours, according to Carolinus, because Carolinus is an amazing medic.
Didn't they cut off his hand?
Oh yeah, he lost one hand, but they tourniqueted it so that he would survive because he required him to live.
It'll be fine.
Plus, if anything else had gone wrong, we have a stapler. We could just staple him.
Just staple it, yeah.
I mean, it's been the running joke so far that all of our medical
hand
characters
to his
staples.
chest. Staple his hand to his chest. He won't be able to do anything. It's
It'll be
perfect.
fine, yeah. As long as the blood's getting back into the system somehow, it's fine.
If you get to
Right.
the hands and staple them to him, he could do like jazz hands from like right here without actually having to be like. But it'd be like from his chest.
Now I know what it's like to
So-
be a T-Rex.
With everyone outside, I turn to Cassius. We should prepare for interrogation. Again, much a similar affair, though. Knowing now what we know, if he has had any contact with the tech priest, we may wish to carefully choose our words.
Yeah, I'm not entirely together sure that he knows if we know about the tech priest or not.
Indeed.
So
We
staying
should
away.
try and steer conversation away from that topic. Or if we do wish to probe it, and we do, we should do it very carefully.
There's also no guarantee that he's not equipped with the same device that our previous interrogation.
I could scan whether I would be able to detect the device. It's rather passive in nature. And if he is equipped with it, removing it would likely well be beyond my ability, at least not without a fully equipped medical bay.
Yes.
Oh, see, question.
Okay, sure.
We're in the future, 40,000 years. Don't we have metal detectors? Be able to just run them through? Beep, beep, beep.
The point.
Metal
You're assuming
detectors are
that it might be
heresy.
metal.
Therefore,
Might not be
busy.
metal.
If all plans for metal detectors have been lost, then it becomes heresy.
True.
Yes. There's a Forge world.
This is the best solution to
entirely
anything.
designed-
The best solution to anything in high fantasy is like, oh, well, it's heresy now. We're good.
Yeah.
Fine.
Pretty much the entire world was just geared
Okay.
towards the production of metal detectors, but it was lost to the Tyranids. And unfortunately, the technology long forgotten. No.
On the other side, Tyranids absorbed the metal detect technology, and now you get them at all the airports. There's like Hormigant sitting there going, beep, beep, beep. Basically,
They've
Caroline is. You know from looking at the last one, a lot of it was composed of ceramics and certain polymers. There are some bits of metal from the shrapnel you recovered. You can't really tell very much because it was literally little bits. But there was some metal element to it, but it was very minor.
Would I be able to try and detect any scarring or any hints of this device having been implanted? Because it would have to have gone through some way.
I mean, you did a very cursory inspection, only a very cursory inspection of the last guy you captured, and you didn't spot anything there, but you weren't looking specifically for it. So feel free to like strip Verdun down and like do a proper full survey of him, like scan him and everything if you want.
In fact, I would strongly recommend that he be stripped down to nothing and just have his arms bound as just a precaution, as a matter of course, being
Well,
our prisoner.
As you dump him in the cell, you notice that this cell is basically a metal cube, about 3 meters by 3 meters by 3 meters. It's literally just a metal cube with a grate at the top with a light shining down from it. And in the middle of the floor is bolted to the floor, like literally bolted, a metal chair. This chair also has manacles attached to the chair behind the back for putting their arms in. The feet also bolted to the ground using a chain and some manacles there as well. And it looks like there are assorted little bits of metal and like leather straps that have been designed for holding people's head, like if you want to hold his head back on the chair or whatever. It looks like a pretty thorough interrogation chamber. It looks like it hasn't been used in a while as well.
And this is on a trader ship. Oh, yeah, we're just trading in goods. Don't
Yeah.
look in there.
But it does look
Don't
like
look
the
in
stuff
there, it's
hasn't been
fine.
used in a while. Like there is a certain patina of dust on certain things, and some things that like the chains and stuff have started to maybe rust in a few places.
Looking over it, it'll do to hold him, I suppose. And then I get to taking off his clothes, just searching him, making sure there's no kill devices, checking teeth, that sort of thing, making sure there's no monofilament wires hidden in his hair, anything he might have taken along for just such an occasion. You know, people can be paranoid when they're doing bad
Make a
things.
Medicaid test. with the bonuses from your Auspex.
With the bonuses from my Auspex, okay.
Yeah, not from the medical mechadendrite, because that helps you do medicine. This is more scanning and using your knowledge of medicine. But the medical, the Auspex would help you do this, because it allows you to scan.
Okay.
71. Target 92.
That's a nice target.
Yeah, 3 degrees of success. You can scan, and as far as you can tell, there doesn't seem to be any sort of wounds or incisions on the head or neck where you'd expect someone to plant a device like that. As far as you can tell, there aren't any implants within the head or neck area. There is a implant in his abdominal area. It looks like there's some sort of flesh covering a flap, and it looks like there's been space made inside the left side of his abdomen. And on inspection, you can see that there is a little bit of flesh. When you push against it, it feels like it's not as... It doesn't push back like there is internal organs in that area. It feels more like there's a little gap there.
Okay. There's some sort of cavity, some sort of storage device. Okay.
Yeah.
Does he have any other cybernetics? Any other augmentations at all?
No. He has a ceramic knee, which looks like it's to heal an old injury, but it's not even a cybernetic.
Right, so having done this relatively thorough investigation, I've got him out of his clothes. Can we say that I've put him in the chair, if for no other reason than just have somewhere to put him, and I've attached the manacles and all that sort of thing. For the time being, I imagine there's something around here as a blindfold. Mm-hmm. I've got his head braced and the blindfold on.
Sure.
Turning to Cassius, there appears to be, from what I can tell, some sort of storage area in his abdomen. That is all I can find as far as any augmentation. I certainly can't find any indication that he has a similar device implanted in his head, but it could have been introduced through any number of means that would be much more difficult to detect.
Do you have time to open the cavity and see what it contains before he awakes?
Your scan indicates that the cavity has 2 small, long metal objects. About yay long and about yay long.
I pass this information on. Of course, I could open him up. It would be a relatively minor surgery. It might not even hurt him if he doesn't wake up. I could make it hurt him, but...
Might be worth
that's
investigating.
optional.
We're not entirely sure what he's smuggling in there. Also, it might do well to speak with Julius and see if maybe they have better medical facilities on board to be used, just in case we wanted to do more in-depth scanning. And this place is fairly lavish. It would seem to me that he wouldn't have spared any expense on the medical quarters either.
Agreed. At that point, I turn back. My Medicaid mechadendrite starts revving up the chain scalpel, and I literally go in to open up this small compartment. I'm fairly careful as I'm trying to do it, though.
Sure.
Should I roll Medicaid?
No, because this cavity has actually been designed with the sole purpose of you would actually have to cut through the skin to be able to get into it. That said, the skin covering it actually turns out to be very thin. Behind it, there's a small layer of what turns out to be some sort of gel-like plastic, which cuts easily. And you get into what is a very small, like maybe 10, 15 centimeters long by a couple of centimeters high cavity. And you pull out what appears to be a lockpick. It's a little set with basically a multi-tool of lockpicks. And what is effectively like a little blade shiv, like that long.
Okay. I carefully remove these implements and lay them to the side for Cassius to investigate. And then go back
along with that, you do pull out another item. This item didn't appear on your scan because it's a very high-grade data crystal. It wouldn't show up in scan because as a crystal, it's kind of hard to hit, and because it's been very much designed to be concealed. And you only got 3 successes, so you managed to get the compartment. But this itself looks like a very high-quality data crystal of some kind.
Okay. Well, I'm especially careful as I'm handling this, removing it and then placing it down. I then patch him back up. He's probably not bleeding much, if at all, considering the nature of the cavity is designed to be cut into.
Yeah.
But I make a point of.
It looks
stitching
like
or
the
stitching
plastic backing to that also contained a agent of some kind, from its clotting, because you notice that the small amount of bleeding that there is does start to clot a lot faster.
Okay. Well, I effectively put him back as I found him, more or less.
Just imagine it's like a cabinet door that's hasn't been opened in a while. It's all creaky. It's like just closing.
You should leave like an old boot in there or something, just like as a surprise. The next time he opens it, he's like, I don't remember
Leave
packing
some
this.
change so when he walks it jingles.
I was going to say, like, leave a bit of parchment with IOU on it. IOU.
Smiley face.
When he tries to pull out the shiv, is oh.
Aww.
This is unfortunate.
Like, what was
Right,
his
so
plan
with
there?
that
He's
done-
gonna cut his own guts open and then stab somebody after he sews himself back up? That dude's pretty
Well,
hardcore.
Given that the skin is fairly thin, he could probably just force his own fingers into the canvas.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like
a sharp fingernail
Painful,
would get
but-
through there.
No.
Painful, but if you're in the position where you need to use the shiv that you hid in your stomach to survive, then that bit of pain is probably okay to deal with. But okay, so I remove that and I take the items which I've got on a tray, and I just leave him there, and I go back outside and I close the door.
Okay.
I show the items to the others and say, specifically the data crystal, we should find out what's on this before we interrogate him any further.
Data crystal. Where'd you find this?
Where I found the rest of it, inside him.
Inside him?
Stop thinking about it. I can tell your mind is going in the wrong direction. Don't.
He was made of crystals?
At this point, I turn away from Garrett and I hand the tray to Cassius or Brando, whichever steps to receive it. See if we can find out what's on this. I'm going to prepare for the interrogation.
Did you clean up
That
the
I
crystal at
assume
all?
will come later.
Or is
Did
it
I
still
clean it
covered
up?
in, like, blood and all kinds of random stuff?
I mean, it's been wiped as it's been removed, but it's not been thoroughly cleaned. There's going to be a little bit of blood there. But again, the cavity wasn't... It's not like it was literally just sitting in amongst his organs covered in blood. This was an intentional pocket inside him. So it wouldn't be particularly bloody.
I pick up the crystal and I raise an eyebrow, and I mumble something about it looking smudgy, and then I pocket it, and then I make off for Julius's cabin or wherever to see if I can find if they got a crystal reader here somewhere.
Okay.
Okay.
As you do, you notice a servitor coming the other way, which is bringing like some very basic like ration kind of prisoner food and like a bottle of sterilized water, and it's sort of trying to trudge down the thing, but it keeps turning to the side as one of its knee joints is obviously damaged. It keeps bumping into the wall.
I gave him the Jimmy Riggs Servitor.
Well,
We're the best for our prisoners.
Where do you think
yeah.
Verdun got his new knee?
Pulled it straight out of his servitor.
Yoink.
He's not gonna feel it anyways. His job is to serve the Empire now, and Daddy needs a new kneecap.
Damn it, Carolina's had to walk away.
Carolinas can still hear you. He's magical.
Well, as Cassius
Psycher scum.
as Cassius is heading away to the captain's quarters with this deviant, broken servitor. No, not broken yet.
Deviant servitor.
No, the servitor's
he's
coming
not
your
the
way.
same
The
as the
servitor's going. The
Oh,
servitor's
okay.
bringing prisoner food. It's not going to the captain's quarters.
Oh, he's
Prisoner food
bringing
does
the
not go to the
prisoner
captain.
food?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's like some really horrible, like grayish, like beige sludge, and like
Nice.
a bottle of water.
Sludge meal.
Would Carolinus recognize it as like a mixture of engine grease and waste product or something, or what is it?
Caroline's will recognize it actually. He's fed it to enough people, or seen it fed to enough people. It's basically some like really basic like emergency ration kind of. This is your protein, carbohydrate, fat. There you go. Blub. It's like nutrient paste, effectively.
It will keep you from dying or contracting scurvy, possibly.
Yeah.
Or
maybe.
having an appetite, possibly.
That too,
So it's
definitely.
got citrus in it.
But
That's
it'll
what I'm
leave
getting.
you weak enough that you won't fight back.
Nice.
It's
No
not
problem.
edifying.
Potatoes.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm going to
basically.
grab Carolinus by one of his mechanical arms, just gingerly, and ask if I can speak to him down the hallway a bit.
Of course. Walk
Okay.
with me.
So you leave.
I'm heading to the hangar to basically prepare effectively what we did last time. So,
Okay.
just getting the same things together.
Sure. Brander, you're going to the
I'll go with
prisoner?
Cassius.
Or you're going with Cassius, okay. You rush to catch up with Cassius. Sure. I think Carolinus and Garrett would get to the shuttle bay first. So you go grab all the stuff you had last time. The equipment's still there. Anything especially you want to grab, or just grab all the things you had last time?
No, I'm basically just setting the scene. The cell is too small for us to do a proper interrogation, so I'm preparing this area to be used again.
Okay.
So I'm just literally setting things out that they were before and making sure that everything has been replaced or hasn't been moved, that sort of thing. Because it wasn't that long ago that we used it last time.
Yeah, no, it was like a couple of days. So yeah, that stuff's there. Then Cassius and Brander, you walk. Takes you about 5 minutes to get through to the part of the ship you want to get through to, and then you notice that it does become a lot more elaborate. There's frescoes on the walls and places. It's been plastered over. There's like lampshades and stuff on little light fixtures coming out the side of the walls, whereas before it was almost bare metal down in the brig. And eventually you get to effectively the bridge of the ship, because that is currently where Valentine is. And you step onto the bridge, and you notice that a lot of the deck crew themselves are servitors. It looks like the navigator and the astropath are both servitors as well, looking around. But you do notice that there's about 2 human crew in addition to Executive Officer Lasari and Captain Valentine. Captain Valentine, seeing you coming through the door. Cassius, Brander, what can I do for you?
Yeah, we've got a question about... We actually ended up finding a data crystal during our investigations. Do you have the means to read such a crystal?
Sure. Is it something...
In private?
In private. Well, if you go into... You know that when we went into the banqueting hall last time, off the banqueting hall, we went into the anteroom for cigars and so on. The desk there actually has a data crystal reader if you want.
Would you mind if I use it for now?
Go ahead. Might I also recommend a couple of books in there. The Spheres of Longing by Ravenor. Pretty good read.
I'll keep an eye on it. Thanks for the suggestion.
He gets back to work. You notice that Lasari is watching you leave as you turn around.
I turn around looking at Lasar and I say, I don't suppose you'd like some evening viewing? And flash a smile.
I'm glad you were back from the planet. It looks for a moment like you might get shot down. When she turns around.
I look at Brander and I raise an eyebrow. That's the best I've gotten so far. She said I didn't die.
It's progress.
From Lasari, that's almost a compliment. Hey, you didn't die.
You may also make a charm
Brander.
test.
Yay!
Oh, Brander, you're losing your edge.
Charm at -40 or what?
I will take into account the degree of success.
I'm not even trying.
That's what's so great about it. You were
Fail.
beating him without even trying.
I'm gonna edge it to auto pass with 5.
Brander
I'm
has
just
to-
making a conversation
edge
about the
that.
Navy days.
All Brander has to do is smile.
It's the important stuff, EE. It's the important
Wow.
stuff.
When
We're
you
gonna get to a point
die
where it's
later
like-
on because you don't want to put an edge
Yeah.
to reroll something,
I am gonna die young and loveless. I need to make this work.
so that you'll die
point.
even
There's always-
younger and still loveless, probably.
It's,
Okay.
It's
As
gonna
long
be
as-
fine. This eventually,
I-
this is gonna add up, and she's gonna love me.
I need to know, out of character here, what happens if he rolls a 99 or 100 on a charm test?
Hit you forever, I guess.
He turns around, he walks into a servitor and falls over on his ass like a little Charlie Chaplin comic moment.
Yeah, it's
Full
like where you
slapstick.
turn to hit her with the pickup line, and then accidentally just a fart squeaks out, and you're just like, well,
Yeah.
shit. There goes that strategy.
It's not like a
I'm
little
guessing that
fart,
our
like a proper
fates-
long, drawn out moment.
You're in the
Guessing
friend
that
zone
on-
forever. It's poop jokes for the rest of your days.
Oh man.
This
Okay.
is the person that is saving the Empire from heretic scum, by the way, everyone. Just remember this. Just remember it.
Vote Zeno.
What kind of hero doesn't take the proper time for a little bit of seduction? We've read enough fantasy books to know that every
Look,
now and
this-
again you got to take a little break. You got to look after yourself.
This isn't
rough
Crusader
and
Kings
lonely
2.
out here.
You can't just change your life focus at a whim. You can't get 15% fertility bonus with a seduction focus and then go back to the war focus and get your plus 10 martial. You can't do that.
This is
You
imperative.
gotta
You,
stick
need to be
with
on
one.
war focus all the time. But yeah, you head over to the little library, coffee, sort of cigar room off the side of the banqueting hall.
I can't believe our psychiatrist did that.
Uh,
So our fate hasn't.
I can't believe it.
Input. Biological imperatives, Avic. Biological imperatives.
Your fate won't
important.
have come back since last
I
episode
just-
because you've literally like not had any time. Like there's been like a few hours since you got Max.
My balls
I
would
was gonna
never
say-
forgive me if I didn't at least try.
I'm just
Okay.
imagining that Cassius is the kind of character, at least on his home planet, when he gets laid, as he's finishing, he's like, "For the Empire."
And then you fist bump all your friends afterwards and tell the story.
Oh
Fist
dear.
bump.
Oh
Fist
dear.
bump. Fist bump.
So you head back to
So
the
after
cigar
the
room.
altercation-
Turning to Lonely
like,
Island.
Brando
Let's
rolls
get
his
over the
eyes.
roleplay. The Lonely Island songs can wait.
Lasari,
After the
Lasari, when you roll your eyes, Lasari raises her eyebrow at you and sort of gives you a sort of, yeah.
Ah! It's working.
And
slowly but
as we
surely.
leave, I make a short salute.
She nods.
Like waves against the mountain. Waves against the mountain.
So yeah, you head back to the cigar room. You get in. There's a sort of deep carpet, big bookcases at the side, and there's a big oak desk off to one side in there as well.
Okay. I go to look for the book that you mentioned.
Sure, you find it in a couple of minutes. The Spheres of Longing by Ravenor. It's a pretty nice volume, clad in a sort of vaguely smoky black sort of leather.
I'm gonna thumb through it.
It's a collection of treatises and writings by Inquisitor Ravenor from, I think it's about 2 centuries old by this stage, and it's quite widely believed to be one of the more important books on sort of summaries of treaties and imperial sort of thought by quite a respected figure.
Okay. Is there anything concealed inside of the book? I'm trying to determine if basically he was just making conversation or if he's trying to pass something along. Is there anything interesting about the book that I could take note of?
Does it have his room key on page 69,
Make a
for
scrutiny
example?
check.
Oh man, I don't have scrutinating.
Oh man, sucks.
Brander, you came with me, right? Do you have scrutiny?
I don't think so.
Wait a minute. We are tools of the Inquisition, and you don't have scrutiny?
Oh,
How
I
are you
do have
supposed to know
scrutiny.
what's a heretic and what's not a heretic?
Well, no, some of you are
I'm
tools of the Inquisition, and some of you are just tools.
Instinct.
77 when you wanted a 25. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like a nice
Oh,
book.
how good it would be if you could use fate for that all of a sudden. But, oh, man.
It doesn't.
I
My
do have
skill doesn't
scrutiny.
work. Okay, so I pass it off to Brander and I say, there must have been some reason that Julius brought this up in conversation unaided. See if there's anything in there that catches your fancy. I don't know. It's a large volume, and frankly, I don't have the attention span for it right now. And I start digging around in my cloak for the crystal so that I can plug it into the desk.
Okay.
Oh, okay, and have a flick through. And
30 thought,
miss
target
by
31.
3.
It looks like an interesting book. There's a few passages that seem more relevant to having to do, hard things. It's the greater good of, people, but however, not giving up on certain aspects of imperial life. You don't want to just sort of give everything over to suspicion all the time, but at the same time, sort of the safety. And you get the feeling that it is written by a sort of vaguely more liberal Inquisitor, but it looks like a good read. Cassius, you get the data crystal out and you find the place in the desk for it.
I'm imagining that like the book has a full-on gun hidden in it, and I've just not noticed. Flick through.
Damn these dice!
It's got scrawled in the front page, like, to my dearest Julius, signed Corn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in the inside the little pocket in the book with the gun has a little note that says, "Shoot your friend or you all die."
And flashing LEDs. Man, this passage. Philosophy.
Also, by the way, I hate you, Shen, because all I've had going through my head since you said is, "For the Empire!" That's just... That mental image is burned into my memory now.
And everyone that Cassius ever slept with.
If they have to suffer, you have to suffer.
So, Cassius.
I plug in the crystal and I activate it to see what's going on with it.
Okay, so as you do so, little bits of the desk at the edges swivel over, and you notice hemispherical, sort of bluish, silvery orbs appear, and then there's a slight flicker around them of electricity, and over the top of the desk, a hologram appears. And from what you can tell, it appears to be a glowing cursor in effectively a text box. Parts of the desk flip over and you notice a big keyboard appear, along with a glowing icon which seems to indicate that there is voice recognition enabled. It appears to be asking for a password.
I don't make any sound. Instead, realizing this, I kind of just I deactivate it. I turn it back off and I retrieve the crystal.
Okay.
I looked at Brander and I say it's encrypted, or at least it's protected by a password, and it's using some kind of vocal recognition. I was worried that if I said anything, it might have an auto self-delete or something of that kind. This would definitely be something that we'd want to pass off to Carolinus, though, and I think he'll have to give it a look. It might be worth bringing up in our investigation and our interrogation of Verdun as well. I'd suggest we head back to the prison, I guess.
There's not much else we can do. Guess we'll have to get the password from him.
I hold out my hand to Brander and I say, I'll take the book. I'm going to bring it with me and see if anyone else can make head or tails of why he would have brought it up.
He might just have thought it was a good book. I'd hand it to him.
It's distinctly possible, but I don't think I would be a good member of the Inquisition if I didn't look further into this.
Brander, you do notice, by the way, for your degrees of success, for your only 1 degree of failure on the scrutiny test, it is a first edition.
I'll mention this. It could be rare, valuable.
First edition. Well, in that case, shouldn't really carry a treasure like that down to an interrogation room with me. What with all the splatter and everything else is bound to happen once Carolinus gets working. I slide it back onto the shelf and make my way towards the interrogation room.
Okay. You sort of vaguely bump into Carolinus and Garrett in the corridor on the way back. You both took about vaguely the same amount of time. Carolinus and Garrett needing to pick up all the equipment they have. Your conversation is not taking particularly long. And as you head back towards the cell, you see ever so slight wisps of smoke coming out from the cell. And a sort of smell of burnt plastic and ever so burnt flesh.
I'll start running.
Okay, like Brander starts running down and quickly turns around the door. You see in front of you the servitor that was bringing food has stabbed repeatedly, from what you can tell, the very crude fork that was delivered with the tray into the throat of Verdun. Verdun is head limply held where it is by the manacles and stuff you left him in. Blood trickling down from an exposed open throat where you can see like parts of the larynx and so on exposed. It looks like the servitor repeatedly and thoroughly, utterly stabbed him. The servitor itself, from what you can tell, seems to be burnt out. Parts of the cortex unit seem to be smoking of some kind. From your experience of servitors and mechanics, it looks like it's fried. But you don't have any particular knowledge of the actual workings or anything beyond that. It doesn't seem to be reacting, and its limbs seem to be held limp at its side.
Well, shit.
I lean up against the wall and kind of knocking on it with a knuckle. I'd be like, yeah, I'd like to say I didn't see something like this coming, but I had a feeling we weren't going to get the interrogation completed. I think whoever it was that orchestrated this whole thing learned his lesson from how much work we got last time on his last boy. And this time he's erring on the side of caution and just taking him out quick.
Any chance you can glean anything from his mind, or is he all gone?
I'm not going in there. Last time I got so little information, and quite frankly, it was a little bit painful. I don't think I'm going to do it again. Ill-advised.
What about
While
you, Carolinus?
This conversation is going on, I've already advanced into the room cautiously and approached the servitor. I'd like to examine the servitor. Specifically, I would like to examine the damaged components for any indication as to why the servitor burnt out. I have a suspicion, but I'd like to confirm it.
Yeah, make a tech use test.
And I'm going to head over to the wonderful dead body of our prisoner, and I'm going to start poking him around the neck where it's been stabbed. How bad is it stabbed anyway?
Pretty badly. Like, put it this way. A servitor has a very high strength, because it's got unnatural strength. It also doesn't seem to stop when it's given a task that no one's told it to stop from. you notice that the fork that the Servitor allegedly apparently used, all the prongs are either bent or broken off. The fork itself is jammed and stuck in part of the spinal cord at the back.
I'm
I guess he's
grabbing on
completely
that.
dead.
I'm grabbing that fork and I'm trying to kind of wiggle it around and trying to pull it out. Can I get it out?
You managed to wiggle it out and pull it out. It's got like 2 prongs left, one of which is like completely bent over, like folded back. Carolina, so you got 40 needed 42. Quite quickly, you ascertain that the Servitor seemed to have carried out whatever it was told to do, and then seemed to have self-fried its cognate core, and in addition, fried part of the brainstem at the same time. From what you can tell, it looks like it overrode the voltage limits and just jammed its power directly through and burned out all the circuits up there. Possible it might still have some bits remaining in there, some evidence on the memory core, but the main cognate bits and part of the brain fried.
There'll be no interrogation of the Servitor, but there may still be some information lingering as to why it decided to kill our captive, or specifically who told it to.
Is there any
Servitors
surveillance or
not being
monitoring?
known for taking actions upon themselves.
Is there any sort of monitoring or central database for what the servitors view at any given time? Do they report that back to anywhere?
Not particularly.
Not generally. Most servitors don't. And quite quickly, Caroline is having done some look at these servitors and has, on the voyage here, has ascertained that they have they relay information in terms of a record to part of the ship, but they don't pick up any information, and they don't do any particularly they don't record footage or whatever, other than maybe directly on their own memory cores.
I'm going to need to thoroughly investigate this Servitor. I'll need to take it apart. I'll also need to speak with the... actually, Cassius, perhaps you could speak with the captain on where he procured these servitors and from whom. Though I have a suspicion I already know the answer to that.
Obviously.
Would one of the resident tech priests be in charge of handling these servitors?
I haven't seen very many tech priests on the ship so far.
Yeah, you were introduced to 2 of them. The 2 of them are very junior, and they're mostly in charge of ship functions. You haven't seen or heard of them doing anything with the servitors, as far as you can tell.
I produced the crystal.
It will be worth speaking with them, obviously. But yes, Cassius, what?
I produced the crystal and I hold it out to Carolinas. Unfortunately, it's vocally protected. When we turned it on, it was looking for a password, which was supposed to come from, I assume, an individual voice, probably Verdun's, or somebody in association with him. I didn't say anything, and I just turned it back off because I was worried it might have some self-deleting capability or auto-destruct if the wrong person tried to talk their way in, but I figured you should be appraised. I hold it out for him to take it.
Thank you. Well, this seems that our leads are rapidly burning up. I will
Literally.
speak with the tech priests, though I suspect it will not yield any useful information. I do not believe either of them would have their natural duties in repairing or maintaining the servitors, but the servitors we've seen so far are of a particularly good make. This one, not quite so. Is there any
Has it been
other
done remotely?
differences with this one over the other servitors that I've seen on the ship?
It seems to be a sort of similar grade in terms of a lot of the prosthetics and stuff are very good quality. It doesn't have the same ornamentation, partly because it doesn't operate in the same area of the ship. Its ornamentation is almost non-existent, although they are high-grade bionics and stuff. It still looks better than most servitors. In terms of differences, other than the fact that one of its legs seem to be slightly malfunctioning, nothing particularly of note.
Are there any particular signs of where it may have come from on the ship, or where its primary duties might lie?
All of the servitors on this ship have a radio link where they send, they don't receive, they only transmit, effectively a very basic log of what they're doing and their basic duties to effectively a black box on the ship. That makes it easy to keep track of them.
And is there any sign on the servitor itself where it may have come from, or what duties it may have been configured to perform prior to delivering this food?
As far as you can tell, you would guess probably some sort of cargo handling or lifter, non-specialized, because its arms are slightly over-spec'd for the chassis itself, like it's designed to just be a lifter of some kind. It's still humanoid, so it's not like a forklift lifter of any kind, but it seems to be maybe some sort of cargo or possibly vague maintenance.
Very well.
I'm poking my fingers around in the holes in this guy's neck. I'm glancing over at Carolinus. You think he's got one of those exploding things in here?
If he does, I very much doubt it's going to be activating, since I very much doubt he's going to be thinking anything for the time being. But if you're interested, and I would certainly encourage your curiosity, by all means, take him or bring the tools here and cut open his skull. You shouldn't be able to damage anything important now, so practice to your heart's content, Garrett.
Excellent. I'm going to head over and find these tools. What tools were they? Like a handsaw or something like that?
Yeah, like a handsaw,
screwdriver,
some scalpel, screwdriver, circular saw.
Forceps, scalpel.
Okay.
With that, with Garrett entertained with that, I move to leave.
It's like handing the keys to a baby, like the key ring. He's occupied. We're good.
Okay. And as I'm leaving the room, I gesture for Cassius and Brander with the same sweep of my arm to follow. So tell me, what did you find? You said that the crystal gave you some indication that it was waiting for a verbal password. In what way? Did it literally ask for one, or?
Yeah, I mean, we can go to the office right now and you can see for yourself. It just gives you a blinking cursor on the holographic display, and ultimately it seems like it's waiting for some sort of verbal feedback before it opens whatever's inside of it.
Very well. And perhaps we could speak with the captain once again. If he has had any dealings with this individual, it may be possible that some of the ship's security systems will have recorded a conversation here or there. Enough, perhaps, that we might be able to reconstruct some sentence or phrase, should we be able to discover which it is waiting for.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so you head to the bridge, leaving Garrett to poke around in the cerebrum of the late Captain Verdun. Branda?
I'll be going with them. I was torn between like keeping an eye on Garrett so he doesn't like cut his hand off or anything, but it'll be fine.
I've already got a saw just deep right in this guy's forehead. I'm finding the bone a little bit hard.
Yeah, it's going really well. Right, so as you head to the bridge, Garrett, do you want to make a Medicaid check?
Sure, I'm going to fail it, but okay.
Technically, it is a corpse, so you will get like a plus 30 because you don't need to worry about keeping him alive. Like, he is just dead. So...
Roll to cut open head.
Now with this
Roll to not drop brain on floor.
There's 3 different kinds of Medicaid. There's intelligence, perception, and what's the other one? Agility?
Yeah, you're
agility.
looking for something. Okay, it would just be a Medicaid test, plus 20 perception. Then, because you're not like risking killing someone. It's not intelligence. You're just like, opening him up and looking
digging
around.
about in the head.
Yeah, pretty much.
Throwing bits over your shoulder.
93. Accidentally.
You accidentally cut the whole head off.
Like you get a little bit too close to like the abdomen when you're going down into the abdomen, and you slip and you cut open like the guts and the stomach, and then this smell just pours out along with whatever he last ate, and it all it's combined with sort of black dark gunk that you apparently cut open somewhere as well, and
the weird thing is, how did we get there? I was trying to open this guy's head. To look
you
for
rolled
an
a
explosive device in his
93.
brain.
Like you
Okay.
slip on like some of the blood on the floor, and
Wow. Okay.
pretty gross.
Okay, I'm gonna get back up and I'm gonna try again. You don't fall off a horse and just cry.
Head
Sure.
off
I'm gonna keep
next
digging
to
in this
the
guy's
pelvis
face.
bone. The pelvis bone is connected.
You can roll again.
That's what I imagine is going through
Yes.
his head right now.
Plus 10 for remembering the bone song and singing it while you saw.
See, that's why Caroline gets paid the big bucks. 88.
Yep.
Man.
This time, like, you just accidentally, like, don't notice how far you're going, and you shear off, like, the entire side of his head, and it just punk, punk, punk to the ground. You go a bit too far into it.
God.
But do I see anything in there? Do I see any device in there? Like, how deep was the other one? Like,
yeah,
do see
you
anything in there?
like just continue like scooping around. Like you actually like get out like the spoon that was on the tray, and you just start scooping out some brain.
Are there like brain seeds in there? Can I plant one?
You don't have any seeds, otherwise you could. But you dig through the brain like just a guy with like a pot of jelly, and you're like, yeah, look through here. Appears to be mostly brain from what you can tell.
Not
getting to satisfy his curiosity on what brain feels like. Tell me.
Yeah,
you stick your fingers in there and wiggle them around a little bit. It's like, that's what it's like.
Yeah, Garrett like pokes the eyes out and puts his fingers through the eye hole and it's like, wee.
Well, I gotta pick
through
the
the nose.
off the floor, right? I mean, shit. It's the only way to pick it up.
Right, yeah. Carolina's, Miranda, and Cassius. You headed to the cigar room, or you headed to the bridge straight away? Cigar room's closer.
We could go to the cigar room. Perhaps you could request that the captain join us when he has a free moment.
Yeah, I'll meet you there. If you both want to go to the cigar room, I'll go fetch him.
Very well.
Right. Okay. You
Yeah,
head
let's
over to the
split
cigar
off
room.
with Branda then. As we're on the walk, just get into the room. Branda, tell me, how are you feeling? Are you well?
Well, I'm still recovering, but I'm mostly all right. I'll be fine in the long term.
You certain? No strange feelings? No emotional doubts? No feeling of writhing in your stomach?
Well, the whole thing in the tent was a little bit strange. I wouldn't do that again. If I'd known what was going to happen, I wouldn't have gone in there.
Reassured to know that. In fairness, had I known what this wise woman was going to do, I went there expecting to be offered some medicines that I could help treat you with. Instead, she puts you back together using some form of witchcraft. Perhaps later on you would not be averse to me thoroughly investigating the wound, or what's left of it. It seems to have healed rather well, and that concerns me.
I understand. Concerns me too, and I'm like poking at the things. Like, is there any mark at all, like, or is it just like perfectly healed?
It's like there's a vague like pink puckered like new flesh kind of area where it's healed over, but there's no sign of a deep wound.
I'm just poking at it and looking at it and just looking a bit concerned. I mean,
Would you say, aside from the obvious
fine,
concerns, you feel no different? You've not been hearing any voices, seeing anything out of the corner of your eye, then when you look, is nothing there?
I don't think so. Everything in that tent felt strange after that, but I think I'm fine now.
Good. It's reassuring to know. Nevertheless, so this is the room. Where is the port for the crystal? I assume Cassius passed the crystal over. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'd seen where it was, so I gestured to it.
You like get one of the little gold embossed areas of the desk. You twist it sideways. You notice there's a little hole. You put the crystal in, and same as when Cassius did it, 4 corners, globes turn over, bit of static, and then the text box and panel appears with a key input, also indicating there is a voice recognition enabled.
I study the display for a time. I'm holding up my hand to be sure that Branda understands that I don't want him to speak.
And while he's studying the display, his microbead suddenly sounds with the sound of a saw as Garrett's just jabbing at this guy in his abdomen again. It's like, and he says, Carolinas, I didn't find anything like that explosive thing in his head. There was nothing in there. It was just all goo and bits, and there was bone and stuff. There was some snot stuck behind his nose holes. That was just weird. As that pocket in his side, that's just
how
strange.
loud is my microbead?
I've been looking around for more pockets in this guy. I can't find any pockets anywywhere.
I had the impression that a microbead was just kind of like a quiet little thing.
Depends on the quality. Your one gives a little bit of sound out.
Okay. I mean, everything's a pocket if you try hard enough.
Look at the thing, so it got picked up or whatever.
It
Yeah,
picked
but
up
this was
most of
like a
it. It picked it up
plastic
kind of as a
line pocket.
jumble of like words and syllables here and there because it couldn't really hear much of what was going on the microbead. It's a poor quality microbead you picked up somewhere, but it's still, a
I looked for
microbead.
the cancel option.
Yeah, you hit the
WhatsApp didn't
backspace.
put
You
it.
just hit the backspace a lot.
Yeah. Okay. And then I turn it off. And then I just sit up and I sigh, hefty sigh, roll my eyes and look to Branda. And without broadcasting this through the microbead, I really thought that was going to keep him out of my hair for a little while. What's left of it? Ah,
Shouldn't have got that microbead.
I know. Regretting this decision already.
It's like having a cell phone now. Anybody can bug you at any given time. It's the worst technology ever.
No, he can still block my number, probably.
I don't know. It's pretty poor quality microbead. But as you say, it appears it was waiting for a password not particularly sensitive. I might be able to force the security if needs be. And whilst that's going on, I look at the actual input for the device, not with the crystal inserted, of course.
Mhm.
And is there a way that I would be able to try and bypass security using this?
Yeah, effectively, like you can try and hack the program, edit the program without running the program on the crystal, effectively.
Yeah. Okay.
So you can do that should you wish.
As I'm looking through this, I'm sort of humming to myself, yes, this should be possible. Hopefully it won't be necessary, but I may be able to work with this.
I've picked up that book again
just-
and I'm leafing through it.
Okay.
After
Listening.
a few moments of apparently talking to myself, I glance over, or rather I don't, but my optical mechadendrite just turns around to observe Branda and is paying attention to what he's reading and without really pausing what I'm doing with the device. What's that tome you're reading there? Am I boring you?
It was one that the captain suggested. Cassius thought there might be something more to it.
Well,
Captain suggested.
past page 100, it turns into Cthulhu speak. It'd be fun.
It's just pictures of squids and random creatures tentacling other creatures.
No.
I love that as a
Captain's
verb,
private
tentacling.
stash.
You can verb
Oh,
anything if you really
no.
want to.
That's bad.
Hentai is not dead.
To Branda, I pause what I'm doing, or rather, I bring it to a head. I finish up and turn to him. What gave Cassius that idea?
I just thought maybe it was something about how the captain suggested it. He said we might be interested in it. Thought maybe he was telling us there was something hidden. Only thing I can tell is that it seems to be a fairly valuable one. It also seems relevant to our work.
Would you mind?
Hand
I
it over.
hold out my hand. Okay. I start paging through it, but whilst I'm going, I ask, so what is it about? I'm basically just trying to speed up my own inquiry by getting Brandon to fill in the blanks so I don't have to invent the wheel.
Written by an inquisitor, I believe. About general... It is the practice, I think.
Can I scrutiny the book?
You may indeed.
Okay.
Let's get a bonus for using his mechadendrite.
That's true. You could auspex the book.
I think the aspect is more to find things that I wouldn't be able to pick up with my senses. I mean, if the book is transmitting like on radio frequencies or something, to be fair, maybe I will.
You use
I'll
ground
auspex it
penetrating
first.
radar
No, that's
on
fine.
the book.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey,
I will
don't
auspex
cry
the
to
book
me.
first.
Don't cry to me when there's a crack grenade in there somewhere and we didn't find it. Okay.
Oh, no, that's
I was just trying to help.
fair. Completely fair. I will auspex the book. We'll see.
81.
No. 81 versus 42. I find nothing.
Wait, was
I
that
didn't
a
expect
tech
that.
use or a scrutiny?
Yeah, that was a tech use. I was auspexing the book.
You're all expecting the book. Yeah. Funnily enough, it's made of parchment, and the hide seems to be some sort of nice
See?
leather.
We're all taking the piss, but if that roll had been correct, I would have found out all kinds of crazy stuff. And we
You
all
found
know
it was human
We'll all-
leather.
Yeah.
The jar of blood all over again.
Now
People's,
it's
but now-
still human leather, but you just don't notice. It's fine.
I will actually scrutiny the book.
75.
For God's
But
sake.
since scrutiny is a perception roll, I can re-roll it.
You can for this one, yeah.
Hopefully. What I get?
57.
57. So close.
No.
So close.
Yeah, it appears to be a good quality book.
Has a
See,
nice
the thing is, the
sleeve.
book was just a ruse by the GM just to make us stare at a book for 20 minutes of the episode.
Exactly.
Like, what is this?
I
There's
think
nothing
it was
in the
just-
book.
I think it was just fluff text that we read into
Yeah.
too much.
So you read into
But then
me
the
offering you a
Servitor
book
He
to
was
I
read.
just
thought
flashing
was-
his wealth.
Yeah,
That's
you
all.
picked into that, but you didn't pick into a servitor going to deliver some guy food. Like, you know, I understand. So
We're not
Cash-
playing Shadowrun anymore. I've let my guard down. I assume that anything that's on our side is on our side now.
Man, you can't trust anything.
Which is good, because it makes for fun scenes like this, where we were going to have an interrogation. Now we're
Like, on the
not.
opposite end with Shadowrun, you ended up with situations for like an hour we would just discuss, like, are we being betrayed? I don't know. What should we do? Nobody knows what we should do because everyone's betraying
Shadowrun, you're
everyone.
always being betrayed.
Ugh.
You just don't know by who. Yeah, so while you're doing that, Cassius, you get to the bridge. They're still standing there. And Lasari looks around. Back again?
Yes. Can I invite you to the cigar room? There's actually something you should be privy to there, and we wanted to ask if perhaps you had someone on deck that could help us with it. But unfortunately, it's a conversation for private.
I'm just going to
want
OC
me
this
or-
one. Can I just
Sure.
check if Splat understands he's talking to Lasari and not the captain?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, I must have missed that. We're talking to Lasari. My bad.
I was like, I mean, to be fair, Splat, you are role-playing this pretty well. It's like,
Do you want to join me in the cigar room?
but there's an opportunity. Oh, yeah. It's
I'm
like,
talking to
oh,
Lasari.
man.
What did she say? I'm sorry.
Like we've got
That's
a
my
horny
bad.
dog on our team.
It's like,
I'm the face. If you've
help?
got social skills, you've got to use them for evil gain. For your wiener. For the sake of your wiener.
Is that a hashtag now?
Yeah, think of the wiener. Just don't leave him there by himself. You got to work on his behalf. You've got the skills. We can make it happen.
Hashtag blame Splat's wiener.
yeah, she
That's the subtext of the book of my life.
oh god. Next episode, we get them to look at that book of for another 20 minutes of an episode. They'll all specs and
Yeah,
everything.
that's the other book.
Yeah, but the problem is you need to auspex it because you can't find it otherwise. So, Cassius, you turn around. Sorry, Lasari turns around to look at you.
I can't believe no one else responded to that. That was so harsh.
The entire chat is like, think of the wiener now. Think of the
Oh.
wiener.
Yeah, Lasari looks around, looks at you, and goes, "Back again."
Yes. Have you seen the captain?
That, sure, he is just down below. And she leans over the front of the, because it's effectively a two-tier bridge system. The front of the bridge is like another 1.5 meters down, slightly set lower, whereas the back half is so that the captain can look around all the stations and stuff. And she leans over and she shouts, "Captain, one of the inquisitorial whelps wants you." And he quickly runs up the steps, a little jog, springs to attention, and goes, "Oh, hello there, Cassius. Sorry, did you want something again? Have you broken your prison
yes.
already?"
The prisoner, well, we'll discuss it, but we need to talk in the cigar room. About the prisoner, in fact.
Sure. Sorry, you've got things here, haven't you? I'm pretty sure I can keep a ship in orbit. Excellent. Right, lead away.
As we go through the doorway, I say, she says well, but I'm pretty sure she means love of my life, but we're working on it. It's a work in progress.
She has broken many hearts. Just be careful there, Cassius.
Ah,
Splashes. That works.
splatches.
Splashes. And you walk back towards the cigar room. You get there, Carolina and Brandon are sitting around.
They're not smoking cigars? Come on. That's
I'm still
page
reading the
100 of the book.
In the time that they've been gone, how much have I been able to read? Bear in mind that I'm able to cross-reference like almost everything in this book with some degree of knowledge of scholastic law. If it's talking about things, I'm like, oh,
You because you've got scholastic law, like you would be familiar with the name of the book. You know the book. You probably haven't read it because you don't have the skill itself, but you know of it, so you would know of the book. You may know of the Inquisitor himself. Not from sector around here, though. Yeah, and you can read through it. You're kind of familiar with it already, at least the vague concepts and stuff. And you're maybe like 25 to 30 pages in at the moment. They weren't gone long. No, one of your long-haired friend?
As he says that, has he said that while he's walking into the room, or is he
Yeah.
speaking directly to Cassius?
Oh,
I was
just
gonna
to
say,
the
are we
room
still
at
in the
large.
hallway, or how did this happen? Okay.
Without
No,
looking up from the
unfortunately,
book. But as my mechadendrite looks across, I'm just staring at him as Cassius is replying.
We've occupied him with shining baubles and things that roll along the floor space for the next little bit, so I don't think he'll be bothering us.
And brain goo.
Fair enough. He walks past
By
Carolinus.
shiny, you mean the inside of our prisoner's head? Then yes.
Okay, he walks past Carolinus to go sit down in the wingback chair that he seems to frequent. As he walks past Carolinus, he pats the mechadendrite on the top. And as you say that, he kind of stops. Well, that was quick. Normally I thought the process was to do an interrogation and then, to dispose of the heretic later. Have things changed? He continues on to sit in the chair.
We were on our way to do the investigation, and unfortunately, one of your servitors decided to sever his head from his neck while we were out discussing things.
Would I happen to have the identification number of the servitor? I imagine they're all
Yeah, you could have
branded
got
in
that
some-
quite easy. Yeah.
It has a VIN number.
So I mentioned that number again without looking up from the book.
Oh, well, that's odd. Yeah, let me look into this. And he gets to the desk, keys something in on the surface, and then the keyboard flips over. Little voice activation thing starts up. Bring me up the details of Servitor 3429. A little text display appears in front. And you can see down the list, it seems to be a time-stamped, effectively, order list and sort of basic sort of tasks and commands. It's effectively sent to the black box. When did you say this happened?
We're not entirely sure, but from what we could glean while I was talking to you about the cigar room and the book previously, the servitor was making himself busy by wedging a fork into the prisoner's neck over and over and over again, until the fork, in fact, was just a shard of metal.
Oh dear. Well, it looks like the servitor was told to go clean out the shuttle that you just brought back about half an hour ago.
I look to Carolinus.
I look up, concerned, my lips in a dour frown. Are there any security systems watching that hangar?
Sure, I can pull those up for you. Odd.
The past 43 minutes?
Sure. 43 minutes ago, it looks like the servitor was given the task, and it reported that it was going to do the task, and then nothing from then after. Let me just pull up the security video for you. And he types something in, and eventually this sort of flickering display comes up, and you notice that the shuttle in the hangar bay, you notice you two going into the hangar bay to go get stuff, and it sort of rewinds through time. You walk backwards after going in. After going out, because it's backwards. You leave. Time reverses. You do the time stamp going backwards. Time stamp goes backwards all the way to 43 minutes ago. Nothing. It looks like the servitor never entered.
Is there any type of log as to which console logged the order with the servitor? Is there any sort of access note or anything there that would indicate where the order came from?
Well, I actually ordered the servitor to go clean out the shuttle. You left in a little bit of a... Well, put it this way, it needed cleaning.
It also needs repairs, unfortunately. I'm not sure
Yes.
if Cassius had time to mention to you, but the long-range the short-range sensors are damaged. Number of minor systems have had components repurposed. I can give you an itinerary of repairs necessary later on.
Sure.
Has there been any movement from that shuttle aside from us?
Far as I can tell, no. The door hasn't been opened.
And I don't suppose that your logs record any change in the servitor's assigned task at any point where it deviated from the route it should have been taking?
All we know is it reported it was going to do the task that I assigned it, and nothing after that.
How are the orders relayed? When you give the servitors an order, does it bounce from you through a central console and then out to the servitor, or does it directly go from...
we can give orders to the servitors directly from any command station that has a correct access code. And you can give the order to the servitor. And then, of course, the Servitor goes to do the orders and carries out certain things, and it will log occasion of the black box orders every now and again. I would have actually expected something from it saying it had managed to get the shuttle, and it was engaged in cleaning. But it doesn't look like it ever went there.
No, instead it went to our prisoner, murdered him, and then effectively committed suicide.
Well, if you want to go down to the Servitor shop and take apart the Servitor and have a look inside, see if there's any programs running in there, well, feel free.
That would be appreciated, I say, as I close the book carefully, given that it's a very old book, first edition, and then I carefully slide it back onto the shelf where there's a conspicuous gap. And as I'm doing so, I must confess this is a rather valuable piece of literature you have here. Not that I would expect anything else.
Yes, it's got sentimental value. Quite a lot of these ones actually around here are first editions, so just don't go having a firefight in this room. Preferably don't spill the blood of the prisoners either, but since that was my Servitor, I guess my apologies in order. Part of my ship has now impeded your investigation, and, well, that's...
If I might be blunt, Captain, it seems that there are many things taking place on your ship that you have not been privy to. Unfortunately, it appears that there are forces at work here beyond your knowledge, and I would perhaps arrange for an investigation. Certainly, if one Servitor can be overridden, all of them can.
Yes, I think I'll probably do a remote wipe for the Servitors. 2 batches to make sure I've got some on deck at some time and switch them out over the course of the next 18 hours.
Might I ask, where was that particular Servitor? Was it purchased as a batch from any particular planet? Did a particular member of my order see to its installation?
Let me have a look. And he pulls up the log for the Servitor. It was manufactured on one of the forge worlds that we normally get our Servitors from. It looks like this particular unit was actually taken down for repairs on Eridus Dire last time we were there. It looks like it had a defective right leg, which was scheduled to be fixed, and it didn't look. We set off slightly sooner than we planned, so it didn't seem to get fixed at all. It went down to the surface and returned.
I groan slightly.
It also went down with 2 other units. I'm going to take the precaution of wiping them now, or do you want to inspect them?
Hold, before you do that, if I might be able to inspect them, that would be very useful.
I'll order them to go
Garrett.
to the Servitor Bay. You can take them apart there if you want.
Fantastic. Yes, please. Garrett, Brander, Cassius perhaps, though I wonder if you would be as useful in this particular task. We may need to restrain the Servitors. If whoever has been able to issue a command for this Servitor to murder a prisoner, there is no way that they could have known that we would have the prisoner here. This is unlikely to be any kind of deep programming on the Servitor's part. Servitors are usually not that capable of abstract thought. They certainly wouldn't be watching for a specific task such as this whilst performing their regular duties. It is most likely that someone gave it. I pause.
The Servitors I have on the ship are a little bit higher grade than your standard Servitors in general. They can mimic certain aspects of humanity and able to do tasks a little bit more complicated than your average Servitor. Although it does seem still rather odd of them.
The level of complexity involved in making a decision such as the one expressed by this Servitor would be bordering on the realms of thinking.
No, Servitors definitely don't think like we do.
No,
and I wouldn't expect any of them to be able to make a decision like that. It would seem very odd.
It would certainly be bordering on heresy to have a machine that could think like a man.
Well, that would seem to defeat the purpose of my having most of my crew taken up by Servitors. If they could think, they'd want to be paid.
I do chuckle at that part, but it's clear that I am a little bit concerned by this mention of especially capable servitors.
Well, from what you've seen of the servitors around here, they do seem like they can respond to basic commands to them that aren't just literally commands.
Yeah,
they are able
There's
to
a little bit of
talk a little
lateral
bit more human. Yeah,
logic.
They've got a little bit more humanity to them, but not much.
If you guys want to, if you all want to go ahead, I'm gonna stay here for a little while, unwind from the last off-ship excursion.
At that, there's a noticed swing of my optical mechadendrite to Cassius, and one of the lenses flips. And after a moment, I said, "Very well. To be perfectly honest, your particular set of skills would be of less use in analyzing servitors. Garrett, Branda, we may have use of your particular set of skills in keeping them from doing anything they shouldn't be."
I'm not even there, man. I'm chopping up parts, putting them in buckets.
Eat.
You turned it off.
I'm assuming that if I'm talking to you, I've turned it back on again.
Okay.
I'm not literally going to say every time I stop to wash my hands or do that sort of stuff. But yeah, okay, fair enough. But you can hear it. Were you able to respond?
Sure. I've informed Carolinus that I'm not even responding to his comment there. I'm informed that I put everything that I can into separate buckets. I've got limbs over here, feet and hands over here. I got parts of the head over there. And I've got organs in this one bucket, and then I just can't figure out what was in this space in this guy's body where you had this cavity. What goes there? What did they remove to put this in?
I'll explain it on the way to the Servitor maintenance bay. If you could meet me there.
I'll meet you there. I'm going to pick up the bucket with the guy's head and the organs. I'm going to take it with me.
I realize that your friend probably doesn't understand where the different parts of the ship are. I'll send a servitor down to collect him, not one of the two that I previously mentioned. Don't worry.
That would be wonderful.
Garrett,
I'm going to hand some extra. I'm going to hand extra buckets to the servitor. He can help bring it.
Happy to help. Just carrying 2 buckets full of organs, like intestines trailing out the back as it walks away.
You're gonna mess up the beautiful carpets.
I imagine that as Branda, were you going to accompany Carolinus? Because Carolinus would be making to leave at this point.
Yeah, I was going to come with.
Excellent.
Well,
I'll show you the way. Cassius, if you're going to stay here, I'll make sure one of the servitors brings you a bottle of Amasec.
That won't be necessary, Captain. I've already been given information on where the Servitor maintenance bay was previously when we first joined the ship.
Very well.
Boarded the ship.
I
He
understand.
actually told me where it was.
Yes, yeah. Well, I'll leave you to it. Cassius, if you want a drinking companion, and he goes over to one of the cabinets in the set with the books and pulls out a bottle of Amasec.
Sure. I always like company. Thank you, Captain.
He also pulls out 2 cigars and hands one to you.
So I and Branda leave, and I imagine we're on our way. We simply find this trail of blood where the servitors have been dragging.
After a little while, the servitor is clever enough; it actually does pick up the bit of intestine and put it back in the bucket.
Okay. For a little
there
bit
is
of the
like,
way, we've actually got a blood trail.
Yeah, there's about 8 meters of blood and brownish, sort of sludgy gunk. There isn't much blood after the heart stops because the blood just stops flowing, particularly. But there is a little bit of trailing around. But yeah, you make your way down to the Servitor Bay, and you noticed in the Servitor Bay it's quite a large room, quite low ceiling. Servitors in racks down the side, empty racks for the majority of it. There's a couple of tables in the middle with like little mechanical arms coming out the edges. Some like basically restraining tables where you can like put a human-sized object down, presumably a servitor, and you can work on them. A lot of it stained with old like blood and oil. And in there are 2 servitors just standing to attention in the middle. You recognize the VIN numbers on them. Those are the ones that have been ordered to stand there. Garrett's standing there with a 3rd servitor who's just holding 2 buckets, just staring forwards blankly. And there's 4 buckets between them, with most of the organs and bits of head and hands, legs, arms, etc.
I've currently got like part of this guy's head, and I'm just poking at it with a finger, and I'm trying to see if there's anything around this brain area, but most of the brain's already slopped out in the bucket.
Yeah, Like one of the buckets looks like some sort of like souffle kind of thing, like a big sort of bit of jelly, like redness on the top, which is effectively the brain he's.
As I enter and I see this, I'm like, I just pinch my nose.
As I walk in, I recoil from the smell and go, Garrett, what the hell are you doing?
Well, I've got our
Why
prisoner
did you
here.
bring this here?
Because we need to see if there's anything else in this guy. You found a compartment. We found an explosive thing in the last guy. I want to make sure this guy is not going to explode on us.
But why did you bring it here?
How thorough you have been in your dismemberment of what remained of the prisoner, but that will have to wait, Garrett. We have more pressing matters to investigate at the moment.
Well, what's this about the Servitor? Did the captain know what happened with the fork guy?
That is what we're here to try and find out. Branda, Garrett, just should anything go awry, it may be worth you having your weapons ready. Branda, I imagine you have your pistol with you. Garrett, do you have...
I've got 2 pistols.
Either of your pistols with you at the moment, or have you left them on the ship?
I kind of left everything.
That's fine. You're a strong man. You should be useful to hold one of them down.
I've got
or
a
at
saw.
least buy me time.
If the saw can cut up this guy, maybe it works on a... You just want me to hold him down? Okay.
He raises a hacksaw with a kind of very blunted blade by now. He's been having fun.
Oh, Garrett.
I'll
Okay,
put the buckets down in the corner, and I'll make sure the Servitor comes over and stands there with him.
Going over to
By all
stand, did you mention that there was like a table, like an examination table for the servitors, or
Yeah, there's a
something
few.
like that? Okay, standing near one of the tables, I call out to one of the servitors by its identification number and request that it lie down on the table.
Very well. And the servitor beds are effectively face lying down beds so that you can get to like the back of their skull. And it quite happily just kneels down into it and then lays down full face into the bed itself. Little mechanical arms, as sort of the weight of the servitor lands, sort of move over the top of the legs so that you can lock them into place.
Okay. Well, given that, I do lock the servitor into place. Are there effectively restraints for its arms or any other parts?
Yeah, they're mostly designed to stop like small spasms of like musculature should you go playing around with it. You can quite easily just disable the motor cortex to be able to stop the servitor moving. It's designed to be fairly accessible on utility models.
Okay. Very well. Looking, based on what I would know of servitors, is there a way to shut down their ability to hear?
Yes, you need to use a tech use test. You're not familiar with these kinds, but yes, there would be a way. It'd be a simple tech use test. It'd
Alternatively,
be like a
reaching into the gore bucket, can I find something viscous and hard enough that I could simply plug its ears with it?
Sure, but like that might not stay in their ears. If you want to do the tech use test, it would be kind of much more reliable, but yeah.
Just take a pointy stick and stab him in his eardrum twice.
I don't want to attack it.
Done. It's a servitor. What's
These
it
are
gonna do?
apparently
Fight back?
clever servitors. It might, that's what I'm worried about. That's why I've got Garrett and Branda here. But since the gore bucket is here, like, or there's anything like they might be grease around or something.
Yeah,
something
sure.
I
Like
could
if you want to
literally
just like put like
into its
engine oil in their ears or whatever, there is stuff around you can use.
just to block it. Yeah, well, I wasn't sure because we paid so much attention to these gore buckets. Is like, I'll just spill it here with intestines. It'll be fun. But whatever I've got to hand, I literally just push some into its ear, and then
And the next one.
Yep. And then I go about disabling the multicortex. I don't do it to the other one. Are there other beds? Can I have both of them lying down?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I tell the other one to do that as well, and then I try to deafen them both, and then I go about trying to disable their ability to move.
So in total, just make a tech use test for one, and then make a tech use test for the other.
And I am, after wiping my hands all over my pants,
A 9,
I am following Carolinus around, watching him do all this stuff. It's fascinating.
Okay. So yeah, you got a
I'm
0,
standing
9.
by the table. I'm standing by the table that he's working at, keeping an eye on the other servitor.
Damn, look at you killing it up in here.
Okay.
9
31.
with a 42 and a 31. And a
Both of them, as far as you can tell, you have quite easily just found the motor cortex, gone boop, doo. All the like prosthetics and bionics that they've got integrated into their person completely powered down. Their basic motor cortex is also offline. The ability to hear should be gone as well. Their ability to talk and stuff will also be gone because you turn off the motor cortex. And as far as you can tell, they won't be moving and they can't perceive really outside of them. They also have their vision off right now. They're effectively locked inside their head.
Well, they're also laying face down, which is why I didn't worry too much about what they could see. So effectively, I have given them sensory deprivation. They can't hear or really tell what I'm saying. Right at this point, I start speaking a little bit more freely. We need to remove whatever memory core they may have so that we can analyze where they've been, what orders they may have been given. We can cross-reference those with the orders that the ship has sent or log that have been sent. Any discrepancy will further solidify my suspicions.
Carolinus, also the 09, that was 5 degrees success. Okay. You notice that there is an autonomous program running inside of the Cognite unit on the back of the Servitor, one of them at least, which is monitoring the hearing and the vision inputs.
Okay. Right. I'm not going to disable it. I do mention this to Brandon, and I actually explained to both Garrett and Brandon that this is why I've gone to efforts to deafen them before I disabled them. As far as they're aware, they're being maintained or just investigated in some passive capacity. But that I'm concerned that whatever triggered the other servitor to attack our prisoner may cause these to either attack us or worse, destroy their own memory core. With that disabled, I am going to try and remove the memory core without disabling that autonomous function, because I don't want it to be aware that, actually, how likely am I to be aware that that is possible? Is it possible to remove the memory core without, quickly, without it being able to respond to that if it was monitoring it? Would I be able to isolate it from being fried?
It would effectively be a tech use test, and it would be a tech use test, a flat tech use test up to, depending on how complicated the program is, if it is monitoring that, up to a -30, depending on how well it is coded.
Okay. Well, I'll try it on the first one. I'm going to try and remove the memory core. Well, actually, bearing in mind, based on the fact that I know it's there, how easy would it be for me to disable the program? Or how likely would I be able to simply turn that program off?
Effectively, right now, the program is completely contained inside of this unit. The unit is unable to move or anything, unable to really perceive anything. And as far as you can tell, it doesn't seem to have any other inputs currently. The only 2 active monitorings it's doing, it's monitoring the visual input, and it is monitoring the hearing. It's also then running them through part of the brain, but it is definitely monitoring only those 2 things. So as far as you can tell, you could probably do quite a lot to this Servitor, and the program wouldn't do anything.
Okay, well, I'll try and go to... I'll simply try and remove the memory core. I don't want it in there for very long. Sure. Because it could try and fry it, and I want to try and get it out as fast as I can. Given that I know that this program is running, how can I monitor the program, or can I monitor it at all?
You don't have a lot of tech use stuff with you. You've got the basic stuff in here that will be able to let you view certain amounts of data and so on, and to a certain amount you can reprogram the servitors here. You don't have a lot of stuff. You don't have a mental a mind connection MIU or anything. So you can make basics, but you don't have as much control as you would otherwise do.
I'll simply try to remove the memory core then from the first one.
Okay. 52.
52.
You do get the memory core unit out, despite the fact that was technically 2 degrees of failure.
Okay. And I try to do the same on the other one then. I carefully put the memory core aside. And
go ahead.
Yep.
53. Yeah, that one memory core unit comes out.
Failure on both of them.
Both of them are now still technically running as servitors. However, they aren't able to really keep much memory. They effectively would forget.
Removed. Yeah. So it would be very short-term memory. Yeah. Okay, well, based on that, are there any other like markings on it? Any other signs of branding or signs of any particular craftsman who is particularly happy with his work that I might be able to find signatures or anything like that on any of the augmentations?
Let me check. There is actually a maker's mark. I have it. Let me open my accumulated lore document. Magos Quintilius.
That is a name that I remember.
It appears that the servitors were manufactured at a forge complex that he owned, and they are his design. The forge that they were produced at, and let me go find the forge world. Gottliebst.
Okay. Magus, would I need to roll a memory test? But I'm fairly certain the Magus Quintilius was one of the tech priests that we met in the first world that we went to.
Yes, he was in charge of Lazarus Hive in the Northern Complex. Yeah.
Yes, he was the one with the servo skull that created the bubble around us when we talked in the hangar. Is that right?
No, that was a different one.
Oh no, that was a different one.
Magos
Okay.
Quintilius was the one who ran the entire Hive complex, who had like several like cybernetic arms and stuff on display.
Yes, I remember now. And the doors with the arms.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Right, well, with the servitors disabled, so I find Magos Quintilius. I make a note of that. It seems that these servitors may have had some connection. What was the world that we were on with that Forge world? Because it wasn't the name you just gave. Arnhouse, wasn't it? Okay. Yeah. They were manufactured somewhere else, but I do recall that the Magos was quite enamored with the upgrades that Reclamator Glitch was performing. Although we did sanction that all the cybernetics produced at that forge be destroyed once we discovered the corruption, I wonder how likely it is that a rogue trader might have avoided hearing that recall.
As a note, you can have a look at the effectively the Mind Impulse unit connection on this, and you can have a look if it matches the stuff that you found last time.
Okay. Tech use? It
wouldn't really be tech use.
Or scrutiny.
You spent quite a while there looking at it. You know where to find it. You've already done tech use tests for this thing, so you can quite easily look at it. The Mind Impulse unit connections were manufactured on Goblivst. They don't seem to be the same as the ones from Arnhouse, no.
Okay, well, that's reassuring. All right. Now I assume it's a matter of just hooking these memory cores up to a device that would allow us to read from it. Is that right?
Yeah, sure. You plug them into the nearest cognitor unit. There's several for that purpose.
Okay. All right. Actually, rather than doing that, now that we have these, for all intents and purposes, these servitors have been disabled, or is there a way that I could simply disable it?
You could
that I've taken what I want, I can
you could fully shut them down if you want. Effectively, right now they're running in a kind of standby mode. They are running, but they are running so internally they have no inputs.
I'm gonna shut them down then, given that.
Okay.
Is that just something I can do? Fantastic.
Yeah, they turn off.
Okay.
Well, that was easy.
Surprisingly, actually, I thought I ran into some trouble while I was removing the memory codes, but the program was either not monitoring what I was doing, or we were just so lucky. Either way, we have what we came for, and there wasn't any particular complications. However, I would not trust this ship, I say as I glance over to the other servitor. Garrett, would you mind guarding these? I shouldn't be too long, but it would be useful if you could. You don't need to stop anything from happening, but if you could just make me aware if any servitors try to interfere. As far as I'm concerned, these are disabled. I'm more concerned with someone else trying to re-enable them or destroy them. There may still be evidence here that will be useful to us.
Stand here with a bunch of robots. Okay. I can handle that.
Don't try cutting any of them up.
Why not?
Alternatively, we could be jumping at ghosts, and I'm well aware that I might be being overly paranoid. If you would wish to join us, I'm returning to the captain's quarters in Cassius.
I'll chum it up with our wonderful servitor here. He was nice enough to carry my chum buckets.
Very well. No doubt there will be other workers by shortly. I imagine that the servitor maintenance bay is at least visited occasionally through the day. Just keep us abreast of any developments. Brander, if you'd like to stay, you're more than welcome to, but I'm heading back to the captain in the cigar room.
I'll come with you.
Okay. So that in total probably took you about an hour and a bit.
Okay.
So Cassius, meanwhile, back in the cigar room, you've cracked open the bottle of Amasec, a couple of drinks in, cigars. So, Cassius. Something wrong?
You know how it goes. Sometimes this work leads to disagreeable outcomes. I'm sure in your line of work where moral quandaries are frequent, you can either accuse yourself of them and just not think about it, or you can tend to obsess about it. But either way, men in positions like ours have to make decisions from time to time that you really don't feel pleased with after the fact.
I know exactly what you mean. It wasn't too long ago, maybe 100 years, I was in shoes much similar to yours back then. We've all made decisions we have to live with.
Is that around the time you came into contact with my employer?
Yes, that would be around the time.
Well, then I suppose it's good to know he has this effect on everyone he decides to interfere with. At least there's some commonality there. Sometimes you feel a little singled out.
Well, at the end of the day, what we do is for the good of the Imperium. Without us, well, the Imperium would be a worse off place. I know that in my day, many the threats were dealt with, and some of them are a lot more depressing to deal with than others. Even children, old women, civilians sometimes can be heretics, can harbor the enemy without knowing it, and the Emperor's will must be done. We don't have to like it, but that's the way it goes.
I take a long puff of the cigar, and I think for a second, saying, but where is the line drawn, for example? Let's say 100 people, all innocent. Let's assume they're innocent. They all have to die for one person who's guilty to be captured. Obviously, that's not where we draw the line, because we do that every day. Entire worlds, a little bit closer to the line, but still, it's done. Where do we stop executing the innocent in the pursuit of the guilty, and at what point do our actions become evil?
That, Cassius, that is a question to ask the Inquisitor. Where do individual Inquisitors draw the line? Well, I like to believe that Ravan is a little bit more compassionate than most. I know he does what he can. I know that I, now as a rogue trader, have the power to declare war on behalf of the Imperium on entire new xenospecies, or I can, if I deem it worthy, enter into trade bargains with them. And that's a lot of power for just one person in a ship, in a planet far above everybody else to make. But someone has to make it.
It's all sort of arbitrary, isn't it? I mean, one interrogator tells me kill all Xenos on sight. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant if they're sentient or they're useful. Just kill them all. Another one says make the best decision you can, and another one says, well, hold off, don't do it. Who do you believe in this situation? Like, whose path do you follow down? Because they all have the authority.
That is a complicated question. I see you have met faction politics in the Inquisition early. I do not envy you.
It's impossible to avoid. It appears as though any time you make a decision, you're labeled one way or another, and a dozen men will take your defense, and another dozen men will all say that you're worthy of being burned.
The more complicated question is, when you have to do one action that many will damn you for, but you know will save many worlds, do you do it?
Regardless of my philosophical musings, it's my duty, so of course I do. That doesn't stop me from thinking about it afterwards, though. It still gets done, mind you. I take a drink of the Amasec, but we have to live with these thoughts afterwards.
Yes. For me, well, I've done your job long enough, and I've done this job for such a long time now, I lose count. But honestly, there is some solace to be gained in the fact that I know that I'm at least somewhat more diligent in my job than many would be in my place. I've met many rogue traders who will happily just bombard places from orbit every time there is even a hint of anything possibly wrong, rather than even daring to look into it.
I take another drink of the Amasec, and kind of rolling it around in the glass, I say, I suppose the question that we're easing towards here is, does it get better? Or is it always like this?
It gets better when you get more powerful. Then you can make the choices.
At that, I smirk slightly, as though my ears perk up a little bit. I suppose that day will come then.
To Inquisitor Cassius.
I chuckle and I cheers it.
Anything else you want to say, or do we want to just fast forward to when Caroline and Branda get there?
You can move it along.
Okay, so a couple more drinks later. You're kind of warm by now. Branda?
I've changed my mind. I'm going to stay in the servitor room.
Okay,
I'm going to lean against a wall with my arms folded.
Oh, no, you're not.
Regarding...
You are getting your hands deep in this bucket of guts, and you're going to help me look for stuff.
Gut bucket.
Oh, no, I'm...
Well, you're going through every inch of this intestine.
Suddenly Brandon is like, I've made a terrible mistake.
Garrett says as he's like going across the intestine, like feeling out like every inch of it in front of him.
I've already given half of it to Brander.
As he's doing that,
Oh,
he's
no,
just
I don't
pushing
take
what's
it.
in there out the end.
The Servitor
That's so
is helping
wrong.
you do it.
Like, whatever he like asks me to do or tries to hand me, I just stand arms folded, leaning on a wall, watching him, not looking happy.
But you want to explode.
What?
The last man we interrogated exploded. What makes you think this man won't? He already had a hidden compartment in him. What else is in him?
There's nothing in there. Why would there be anything in there?
Why would there be anything in there? Exactly. What did you find in there? You found a data crystal. You found a knife.
Caroline has already looked over it. There's nothing else.
Bah, Carolinus, metal man. What does he know?
A bit more than you.
Ooh.
Have a good laugh at that, and I go back to looking through the intestines.
And after a while of silence, you say, you jeopardized the mission. That creature was helping us. And you killed it just before it could. If we hadn't found that creature, we might have had to destroy that whole world.
I cast a long glance at Brander while still holding some intestines. No, Brander, my friend, I feel you may have suffered under the influence of that guy, that creature. That thing was not helping us. It clearly had Carolinus and even Cassius under its control. Surely you saw that.
And you saw what it did to that data slate. It made it quicker. It took out some sort of tracking device. Whatever it was doing, it was helping us. We didn't give it any weapons. It wasn't going to make anything that could harm us. According to Cassius, it was making something that could help us find the thing.
Yes, according to Cassius, according to Carolinus, yes. The two who were completely under his control. Everything he did was just absolutely perfect in their eyes. Oh, you want to take apart our weapons? Yes, go ahead. Make it better. Yes, do the thing. What are you doing? We don't know. Do it anyway. Yes, do the thing. You're clearly helping us here. Don't be dense.
Wasn't your call.
Yes, it was. I'm part of this team because I can see things that you cannot. I thought you were smarter than this, Brander. Don't get confused. Stay on the path.
You're right, we are a team, which means we're supposed to make these decisions together. You can't just walk up to it and put a bullet in its head without, but after tricking us out of the room. How are we supposed to trust you if you do things like that?
And if I'm right, and Carolinus and Cassius were both compromised, both under this creature's influence, then how am I supposed to handle the situation? Am I supposed to discuss it with them? Oh, hey, by the way, you might be under the influence of this alien right here. What should we do with it? What do you think they would have said? They were so enthralled by this. I tried to get Cassius' attention. I tried to tell him, we need to look at this. We need to take a look at this creature and decide whether or not this is actually good for us. And what did he do? He told me to get out of the way. He even tried to push me out of the way. He was so infatuated with this creature that he couldn't see clearly.
I just sat there for a while. It wasn't your call.
Shake my head. Bah! You don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do you, feudal worlder.
Not gonna rise to the bait.
I don't say anything else.
Okay.
Such a happy family right now.
Oh, yeah.
I know. That was like Snow White having a debate with the Wicked Witch.
But which is which? Which is which? All right, Caroline, so you get to the cigar room. You find Cassius and Captain Valentine most of the way through a bottle of Amasec. Cigar
Do
smoke.
they seem jovial in nature? Or, not melancholy at the very least?
A little bit melancholy, but more like they're making light of the situation.
Okay. I imagine as I come up to the door opens, or is it a manual door?
Oh, this is a proper manual door, like thick wood, metal handle.
Well, in that case, I knock on the door first.
You expecting visitors, Cassius?
What was that? I'm sorry, that was a little low.
Sorry, I'm had a bit too much to drink.
This drink is very good.
Are you expecting visitors? I thought your friends all went to go investigate my servitors.
I assume the investigation is concluded if they've come in here. Gentlemen, cigars. What little of the Amasec is left, you're welcome to.
Come on in.
I walk in. I take stock of the situation. I see Cassius and the captain, and I pay attention to the bottle and how much is not in the bottle.
Noticing you paying attention to the bottle. Oh, sorry, how dreadfully rude of me. It gets a third glass. There you go.
Because clearly that's what was wrong.
Yep, precisely.
I close the door behind me and cross the distance to the chair. Thank you, I say. I don't take the glass, though. Instead, I place the two memory cores down. I've had time coming up here to clean them with my robes. My robes are a little bit more dirty, but it's hard to see. Blood on a red robe. Invisible. I'm sorry to interrupt the discussion with business, but Captain, I require your assistance. I've removed the memory cores from the two servitors, and I'd like to cross-reference them with the orders that the ship has recorded for those two servitors.
Sure.
I thought it best to request your permission. Perhaps there are certain orders that are of a sensitive nature. Effectively, what I'm hoping to do is isolate any orders that may have been different between the memory core and what is recorded by the ship. Any indication that these servitors had been used in some clandestine way.
I'm always happy to help out. He picks up one of the memory cores, goes over to the desk, keys something in. A little like
While he's doing that,
appendage comes out and he
I pick
taps
up
the memory core.
Amasek and I seem to consider it for a moment and sort of glance at Cassius. And before I take a drink, I don't drink too much, not quite a sip, but I'm not overindulgent. I say, you seem your spirits seem lighter, Cassius.
Amasek will have that effect on people. I raise the glass and drink a little bit more.
With that, I raise the glass back and drink a little bit more again.
So what have we found?
2 text files come up side by side. They're exactly the same. Servitor hasn't deviated from its path at all.
That's unfortunate. I noticed the make on the servitors, the maker's mark. Where were these servitors purchased again? You said they were...
I purchased them when I refitted about 60 years ago at Godlibst. I believe Amagos Quintilius did the work. Sadly, he's no longer at Godlibst, but fair enough.
No, we are familiar with this Magos. Still, you've had no cause for dissatisfaction with their running. They've performed their duties.
No, I specifically requested Magos Quintilius to do the work on them. He's one of the forefront experts in cybernetics in the sector. Not specifically in servitors, but I was looking for a little bit more higher grade, I'm sure you understand.
Tell me, when you purchased them, I take it you trust Magos Quintilius? Or you have, under your employ, someone whom you trust, who would have looked over these servitors? I can imagine a man such as yourself would wish to be certain that what he purchased is going to function the way it should.
I'm sure that, while I am somewhat paranoid by nature of my job, I trust in the Mechanicum to do their job properly. Your order are very thorough and diligent.
Indeed. However, there were 2 services running on each servitor that I was surprised to find, monitoring both its senses, hearing and sight. I strongly suspect that these programs, should they have detected something, some trigger, might have reacted by either damaging the servitor or causing the servitor to execute some other function, or it might have even been a means by which additional commands could be inserted into the servitor.
Well, that seems unfortunate. I very much doubt that
You
they
said
were being introduced into the servitors when we bought them 60 years ago.
Oh. No, perhaps not, especially given that they were recently maintained on a Eridus Dire. You use the same service for maintaining these servitors?
Oh,
the same
when we went to
factories?
Eridus Dire, I believe that they just need a little bit of work. They'd been taken down to the port, and whoever is the local tech priest down there in charge of maintenance and so on would have probably looked them over.
Do you have any logs of this transaction, the name?
Let me just bring that up. That would be... one second. I forget the exact rank title. Master of the Fuels, Tech Priest Binus. Caroline, so you actually did very quickly meet Tech Priest Binus when you were there doing your initial investigation. You found no indication that he was wrong in the records, but he was in your investigation log, and you did have notes on him. You very briefly met him. Cassius, at the sound of this name, it's like fog clears in your brain. This is what your deja vu has been. You recognize the name from the files and all the paperwork you went through and spent a very long time looking at for 2 weeks. You also recognize the vague picture of an adept of the Mechanicus who you saw in those documents.
Carolinus, when I dove into the mind of the one who was afraid of the tech priest, saying that name out loud, that's who it was.
The tech priest that he was afraid of.
I believe so. It's as though, like, a fog over the memory has cleared when you've said that name.
And this is the first time that any of your servitors have had any dealings with this tech priest. The first time you say it was just on-the-spot repairs.
Well, when my tech priests get repaired and it's a very minor job, I generally just send them down to the port to get some minor maintenance done. If there's anything important, I'd go somewhere else.
Who would have overseen that? I imagine one of your crew would have been responsible for delivering the servitors and recovering them.
Funnily enough, that would have been the job of the midshipman.
I suspected as much. Cassius, do you recall the data I managed to salvage from the pens on the Midnight Runner?
No. Care to refresh my memory?
I give it a small chuckle at this and tap the side of the glass with one of my fingers. It's quite a loud noise because my fingers are obviously metallic. And I put the glass down.
Yes.
Did I mention to you the number of times that the Midnight Runner had visited Ixion?
Thrice?
That's right. And that this wasn't the first time that they had been carrying a cargo of, what was it that Brandon said? Gene stealers.
Gene stealers?
Mm-hmm.
On my ship?
Well, on the Midnight Runner.
I look across to
that is not good.
The captain. No. Frankly, it's very fortunate you still have a ship and a life, given the cargo you were carrying.
You should see some of the cargo I've been carrying in my day. Yeah, I must admit that this is not particularly pleasing news.
Then what I'm about to say will please you even less. It is not the first time that Gene Stealers were a cargo aboard the Midnight Runner, and the other times they were delivered to Ixion.
You never just dire.
Eridus Dire, sorry. There. I apologize.
I will make a mental note to travel there less frequently. I believe, well, since it is relevant, I was contracted by Captain Verdun on 2 previous occasions as well to go to Ixion. Didn't really think anything of it at the time. I wasn't asked to do anything dodgy, just sit at the edge of the system.
And I take it you delivered the Midnight Runner to Eridus Dire?
Every time, yes.
I look back to Cassius. Inquisitor Ravan instructed us to exterminate this menace if we had the means to do so. However, the time that these previous deliveries, well, Captain, no doubt you can recall the last times that you visited Eridus Dire, hailing from Ixion.
About 8 months ago, maybe, and a little over a year before that. Year and a half? It was a while ago.
You seem familiar with the species. Branda has given us some information, though sketchy. He mentioned their ability to procreate, expand, was somewhat concerning.
Yes.
Would you know more?
I've had a little bit of experience of their kind in the past. Basically, gene stealers, horrible xenos that they are, have a bite which can infect humans. Once infected, they turn into weird hybrids under the control of the gene stealers nearby. They then breed and make more gene stealer hybrids and make more gene stealer hybrids. And eventually they begin looking vaguely human. They infiltrate societies and stuff, set up cults, and then eventually they breed more gene stealers, which can then go on to infect more people. My personal experience is there was a space Hulk not too far from the Ixian system a while ago, I believe.
And what kind of time frame is it necessary for them to begin infiltrating the population?
Well, I think the entire cycle takes a few years. They do need to go through 5 or 6 stages, or was it 4? And of course, those are limited by the normal human birth rate. So it might be quite a while. I don't think...
In any case, we do not know the fate of these gene stealers. Best scenario is that they were destroyed. That they were used in whatever fighting ring you mentioned, Cassius, but if they weren't, then they've had a year and 8 months.
Well, then I would think that our next stop would be Eridus Dire to go find this Binus.
I will get us going immediately.
Yes, thank you, Captain. Would I be able to send a message to my order? I might be able to ascertain Binar's current location. It may be easier for me to ask for that kind of information.
Feel free. My astropath on the bridge should be able to relay anything for you. Should you wish to type up a message and send it to the astropath, you should be able to do that through the ship's systems.
Thank you.
Cassius, a pleasure as always.
As usual, Captain. I stand as he leaves.
Carolinus, enjoy the Amasec. I don't often see you drinking.
No, my tastes are, well, a little less refined.
He drinks motor oil. Don't worry about it, Captain.
Grease and engine oil, oh yeah.
You jest, but perhaps your master of the fuels would be better acquainted with my preferred poison.
Possibly. We'll have to ask him when we find him.
Oh, good luck, gentlemen. I'm going to head off to the bridge, and we'll be getting underway immediately. And he heads out.
Very well.
I think
Once
I'm done
he
with
leaves,
this.
I actually sink down into... I assume there were more chairs than literally the captain's chair behind the desk, and then the one cast.
You gotta take the one he was sitting in, because it'll be warm. It'll have that warm chair feeling. You know, you sit down in a chair somebody else is in and it's already warm. You have to warm it up yourself.
I don't like that. I don't like that warm ass feeling in a chair. Not unless it's my ass, then it's fine.
But
I was feeling the back more, but the butt maybe, yeah.
Yeah. What if you ruin his butt imprint?
I just sink down into a chair. I'm going to leave that butt imprint pristine. It shall not be tarnished. Someone can make a cast of it later on or something.
Okay.
A fossil.
I hope not. I hope he hasn't got a fossilized butt. That would be rather uncomfortable. So I literally sink into the chair and just heave a sigh. And my mechadendrites, which have kind of been just snaking around, just kind of almost go limp. They don't literally just drop down. They just start moving down. They don't completely go limp. So they're still kind of moving around. But it's clear that I'm a bit deflated. Whilst I was very much in favor of exterminating the one creature on the planet we just left, the idea of trying to deal with a cult of these things, that is far less appealing. So too is the idea of informing the Inquisitor that we can't deal with it ourselves, because I have an inkling of what might come next. Eridus Dire is a populous planet.
I don't really say anything. I just kind of take another drink from the Amasec. Well, it's our duty to report it to the Inquisitor, and
be sure to report it to
mission.
Ravan. Oh, well, actually, it makes little odds, but I fear Khan's response may be a little bit more direct.
I seem interested when he brings this up. What do you know of Khan? What swung your opinion against him?
His response to my report.
If you don't mind my asking, was it negative in the way that we had handled things?
I imagine you reported to the same person, didn't you find... actually, I do not ask what you reported. It seems unprofessional, but yes, it was negative.
Was it our methods that he was in disagreement with, or was it our outcomes?
Our methods, primarily. He did not agree with... Understand that I'm not particularly fond of politics. Perhaps you have more of a stomach for it, being who you are. But I had no interest in blaming Garrett for what he did, or for naming the reason that I saw necessary to encourage the destruction of that village. I reported as much as I was necessary for me to report, but it appears that he was quite well informed and took exception to my lack of details and also my choices. He wasn't very best pleased with the Jaquero incident.
Well, if it's any
Actually,
solace...
Let's change that because I didn't know his name was a Jaquero. That is Carolinas didn't
You
know.
would have been informed afterwards.
Oh,
that,
would he?
yeah.
Okay, then we'll let
Effectively, the mission debrief thing would have been like, look, the thing was a Jaquero. You gave me a description. One of you mentioned it, said its name was Jaquero. It was a Jaquero. We would rather you brought the corpse back. You failed on your secondary objectives, but sure, you did the primary. So yeah, you'd have the name.
I lean forward in my chair a bit and I say, well, if it's any solace, I've had correspondence with Ravon, and it seems as though there's some level of rift in between Khan and Ravon when it comes to operational guidelines. On speaking with Ravon, he seems in favor of bending rules a little bit in order to get our missions done. Whereas in the case of Khan, I simply did not send my last report to him. I've no desire to speak to a man who is so rigid. I grew up along the Senate floor.
It seems a good way to describe him, yes, based on my limited interaction. He was not best pleased.
I grew up on Senate floors dealing with complex politics in between families, judges, heads of businesses, and things of that nature. And rigidity will not survive in that environment. The mentality that Garrett and Khan appear to have, that is not the mentality that will allow us to complete our mission to the extent that we need. The only way it will work is if we go in guns blazing every single time. But for all intents and purposes, we are in the business of espionage. And that requires
It's interesting
some
you single
leeway.
out Garrett there.
Well, he made an unfortunate decision on the last mission. This mission. I thought it was done, so I suppose it's not the last mission anymore. It's our current mission. While I understand why he did... I haven't. And honestly, I was a little bit concerned at the way everyone else perceived Garrett's execution of the creature. I understand why he did it, and I bear him no ill will for it. I get it, but the creature would have better served us. I mean, by all means, execute it after we had what we wanted. But before we had acquired whatever it was working on that was going to help us find the creature that it was clearly aware of, at least let us have our play first before we get rid of an asset like that.
I take it you would not be offended if I spoke bluntly.
Of course.
If Garrett had not destroyed the Jaquero, we may never have needed the assistance of that tribe, and had we not interfered with that tribe, they might still be there.
I take some blame for the tribe. I got caught up in the moment and their usefulness, and in their usefulness I damned them. It was an unfortunate situation, and I take full responsibility for it.
Perhaps. In truth, I cannot confess that I was best pleased with the choices you made or the charade that was upheld, but we're caught. There's no clear distinction, well, except for Khan and perhaps Garrett, as you're saying, between right and wrong. Still, if we could have simply tracked the beast, we could have left that place well enough alone. The witch was a risk. Honestly, destroying her was a necessity. But her people seemed unfortunate collateral damage in it all. They got caught up in something that was bigger than they were. Too difficult for them to understand. It was heresy once we were there, but perhaps if we'd never been there, the heresy would never have been uttered.
What concerns me is not that the village was destroyed for heresy. It's the fact that I so willingly destroyed it in order to cover up my own lie. Revealed a part of myself that I'm not entirely pleased with. But that's something I have to live with. Now that we know that Binus is on Dire, Do we go back? Do we wait for the Inquisitor's orders? What do you think?
I'll speak with my order. Linus may not still be on Iridius Die. If he is, that would actually make this a little bit more convenient for us. If he's there, it may be possible that he is in some way a willing participant in this. And if he is, he may have information that would expedite our investigation. The alternative, after a year, if what the captain says is true, we might never find all of the heresy to burn it out. The only way to be certain might simply be to destroy that world.
Well, in any case, speak with your order. I will contact Khan and perhaps Ravon through the astropath, although after my last speaking with Ravon, he made it clear that I was not to go over Khan's head again. We'll have to be careful in the way that we tread from here on out. But I'll get further orders and see what he requires of us. Go easy on Garrett.
Khan, express that we wish to prove ourselves and that we will contact him should the need arise. But he seems the sort of individual that might be pleased with us taking the initiative and not using the Inquisition's resources unnecessarily.
Very well. Go easy on Garrett. I understand his decision-making process. It's just that he comes from a world where the wheel is the height of technology and flinching at thunder is a recent advancement in religion. There's not much you can do with a mind such as his. But he is a good
willing
shot.
To destroy our assets when they're not ready to destroy him. But if you notice, Garrett was nowhere to be found when we were fighting the thing in the cave.
I snort. Yeah, the creature was fearsome, but it didn't strike me as being particularly that horrifying. Much more so that the creature in the cave was more so horrifying than whatever it was that he killed inside the shuttle. So, who knows?
Still, I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree. He says we were insulting them. Perhaps to him it appeared that we were. Who am I to say that we weren't? Still, what worries me is that he made that decision without any discussion. He executed it. What would stop him from executing one of us if he got it into his head that we were some sort of monster? I pause for a moment, and then I lean forward. I wonder what his people think of those with talents such as yours.
I lean back in my
and I am concerned about it.
I lean back in my chair slightly, and a smile crosses my face as I realize that he and I have both been thinking the same thoughts. The thought had crossed my mind as well. And contingencies are in place.
Contingencies aren't too useful if you don't see it coming.
I suppose for now we'll have to sleep with one eye open.
Did you see the item that he procured from the quartermaster on the ship?
No, I hadn't.
No. It extends his ability to make sure you don't see it coming. By a fair margin. I'm just concerned.
Oh, your concern
I think
is well
he may
justified.
well have been acting in good faith. I go to stand up. I sigh. But understand this, Cassius, for what it's worth. I consider him a member of this team, and as such an ally. But it's not his token of brotherhood that I wear on my belt. And at that I tap the white token that Cassius gave me. If it comes down to a choice, well, you understand what I mean.
Yeah. Let's cease this talk of choices. I do think that Garrett is a redeemable asset. I sincerely do. I think he's doggedly one-minded in the way that he chases down his objectives, and we need to find a way to show him that sometimes the result is better when you allow the road to bend a little bit. Not too much, mind you, but there is room to wiggle.
As you will. You've got a better way with words. But perhaps you should have a word with him specifically about your nature. Ease him into it. He's only seen a fraction of what your kind can do. I have a better inkling. And some of the things that I've seen, well, they frighten me, much less someone who isn't used to it.
There's a knock on the door.
I'm already turning towards the door.
Door
So I
opens,
start walking towards it.
and a servitor enters. I have a coded message for you from Interrogator Khan. It offers
Close
a
the
data
door
slate.
behind you.
It offers a data slate and then goes to leave.
I take the data slate.
Turns around, exits, closes the door.
I stand there with a cigar still in my mouth, and I start perusing the data slate. What do I see?
Responding to Gene Brint, you flick through it, and it says basically it's new standing orders, very specific standing orders. I understand you're on your way back to Eridus Dire, presumably after finishing your investigation. Look through the prisoner and get all the information out you can, and debrief when you can have the next opportunity to send a message. When you get to Eridus Dire, complete your investigation as quickly as possible. I have an urgent priority mission for you that needs to be carried out immediately. Especially, I need it carried out with the minimum of fuss and without much tension being brought. This mission must be done as quiet as possible. An item has been stolen from the Inquisition archives on Eximus Pandara. This item must be recovered forthwith.
It appears though we've got our new orders, Carolinus. Now we've just got the choice as to whether we appraise him of what's going on in Eridus Dire and request an extension in our duties. It sounds like this new mission is of utmost importance. I don't think I've ever heard Khan use wording like this before.
If it's that important, then perhaps we should see to it soon. Is there any indication of what it is?
Apparently some item has gone missing from an Inquisition archive, and he needs it recovered as stealthily as possible.
There is a full mission file attached and so forth that requires all four of you to be present, Gene and vocal prints recognized for it to activate.
Stealth is not particularly this group's greatest strength, but should I fetch the others? Oh, wait. And I remember that I've got my bead, so I blast through. Can you both join us in the cigar room? We've had an emergent communication from Inquisitor Khan. If the servitors haven't moved, we'll assume that they won't. You can come up.
Right away.
On the way.
Okay.
I'm going to grab Brander before we head out.
Okay.
I'm going to look him in the face and tell him, friend, if you ever see me or anyone else in this group under the influence of a Xeno, you need to act. When you're under their influence, you're not acting as yourself. You're not acting for the Emperor. You're not yourself. You need to make that choice, as I did.
If I see that, then I will do that.
Good on you.
In the meantime, while they're trying to arrive, I scribble down for the astropath a message to be relayed to Khan.
Okay.
Concerning the possible presence of further gene stealers on the planet of Eridus Dire, having found evidence now that the trafficking has been taking place for several years in between. Basically all the information that we just found out. And then at the end, I relay that we are willing to take the initiative and go down and hunt. Otherwise, we've received the newest orders and await his decision.
And with that, the four of you congregate into that room, and we'll be right back after a short break, because I need to take a toilet break. So we'll be back in about 8 minutes. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. So
Takes precisely 7 minutes and 46 seconds for EE to take a toilet break.
Yep.
Bad prostate.
Yep.
Yeah, just the flow rate. But yeah, so stay tuned, and we'll be right
Poor
back.
throughput.
We will be back though. So yeah, good time to go get a drink, go get some food, take a toilet break, go walk the dog, whatever you need to do, and
Check out the
back for part
Patreon.
2. Check out the Patreon. Definitely go check out the Patreon because I really, really want us to get to the next stretch goal so I can be a character again. Yay!
Yep.
He just wants to play. Nobody ever invites him to play.
Yeah.
It was a sad day on the playground for EE.
I always have
Also-
to be GM.
Everyone has to bully splat if we get to that tier on the Patreon to let my character have a business of ferrets. It has to be. They need to be dragon ferrets as well. They need to be ferrets that have eaten dragon eggs. So
Dragon
they have dragon
scales.
powers.
See, now I want to see that. As dumb as it is, I want to see that now.
See, I'm
Well,
just
that's
to be
what
Bard,
Belfast is
James
gonna get
Bard,
in
Bard
the end.
extraordinaire.
Oh, that's the exact way that you started the description of the episode today. You're like, Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy is set in a grim future. And you said, what was it? What is it? Dark Grim? No, Grim Dark. You said a dark future. Grim Dark. Same thing as Bond. James Bond. All I could think.
Dark, grim dark. But yes, 8 minutes. I will be right back.
Xenos.
And welcome back to Roll for It, where we're playing some Dark Heresy Warhammer 40k RPG. Our team of acolytes has managed to have their prisoner stowed by rogue Servitor. They've got the Servitor memory core, so presumably they'll find out from that. They found a mysterious data crystal. And they also have the information that the tech priest that they've been looking for is tech priest Binus from Eredus Dire, where they're now headed to, and they've also just got some new orders. Now, before we dive back in, I do want to mention the Patreon, patreon.com/roll4it, which helps support the channel, helps support us doing this. And of course, if we get to a tier that's not too far away, I think it's like $500 away, we'll do a second session a week where we'll do D&D. I get to play, Splat gets to GM, and it'll be a lot of fun. So I'm really
We'll force Avik to sing bard songs on like a daily basis.
I'm not going to be a bard. If I was a bard, I would totally be singing awesome songs.
But you've
got
got that
making any of these lame dad jokes. It would be all like thematically appropriate songs.
Oh,
about
mine won't be thematically appropriate.
wenches and blacksmiths and dragons and virgins. It would be great.
I'll have you know, I appreciate a good dad joke. Okay.
Because you're practically one.
We just have two bards.
Just two
Everyone
bards,
knows.
all bards.
We'll have a bard off constantly.
Yeah, you could have dueling banjos, ding, 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 and the other bar would have to. And you both just got to keep rolling, just rolling.
Look
to see
into
who
my
wins.
eyes and it's easy to see 1 and 1 makes 2 and 2 and 1 makes 3. It was destiny. There we go.
I'm
Fine.
just imagining
Barbershop quartet.
if we have a Welsh bard, there's just going to be so many consonants that no one's going to know what the fuck is happening.
I will
And I'd like to
dazzle them
say-
with consonants.
In the case that both Avik and Enter Elysium are bards, they're like Tenacious D, but I vote that Enter Elysium is Kyle. I vote that Avik is to be Jack Black. You get to be Kyle.
Fantastic.
Why do you not want to be Kyle? Man, you turned on that
Oh,
quick.
this is going to
Hope
be an
Kyle's
awesome.
not watching.
Like, oh,
No, I
so
get to be
good.
Dave Grohl.
So
I
good.
get to be the devil.
No,
Tiefling-
No,
Tiefling
you get
Dave
Kyle.
Grohl.
Yeah.
Nice. I could tell the devil that he can take you to hell and make you his bitch, and it's going to be great. Everything will be in the right place.
Anyway,
This is sounding so cool. My character concept is changing very rapidly, everyone.
Oh, but I was going to call you Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy, what is the secret of your power?
I'm pretty sure as a Welshman, it has something to do with sheep.
Leeks,
they put
daffodils, sheep, harps.
They put a dragon on the flag just to distract you from the sheep, but it's the sheep.
Yep.
Either that, or maybe they draw power from their syllables. That's why everything has so many syllables. Is that just like every syllable they add gives power to the word, and so that's how they have like Welsh magic.
Yeah, that like
My
sorcerers. Every
words of
syllable
power
is
will
extra
be
power.
like 40 syllables long.
It destroys entire towns. But yeah, you can also support us by subscribing on Twitch, especially if you've got Amazon Prime and you haven't used your 3 sub that you get with Amazon Prime. You can use that over here if you want. That'll get you some emotes. We're also going to get emotes commissioned, so look out for new emotes. We've just managed to get our lovely artwork done, so there's like artwork I think above us right now on Twitch. I think there's like a little banner there. Splat just like and also, if you want to cheer with Twitch bits, I think you can do that. I think I've seen a couple of people in chat with Twitch bit emote things that they've got from us. So yeah,
It gives
thank
a
you
shiny
for joining us
emote thing that I like looking at. It makes a little thing come up that spins. It's fun.
And also, if you want to do a tip because you don't like doing like monthly Patreon things, I know a number of people prefer doing the single-use things. You can tip the channel, and we very much appreciate that. But yeah, we'll be diving right back in. And you just got a message from Inquisitor Khan. You all gather together in the room, and you put in your gene print, vocal identity, and the message effectively gives you the entire mission brief. The mission is an item. A book was retrieved and stolen somehow from the Inquisitorial archives on Eximus Pandara. The book itself is not a heretical text, however, it does discuss a lot of very restricted matters. The book itself is called The Truth of Four. The Truth, as I'm going to shorten it to, is a book that is kind of... It deals with a lot of matters to do with the ruinous powers. It not being a heretical book itself, it's more describing them, talking about them, without necessarily being a heretical book. So, you know, it's perfectly legit for the Inquisition to have one, without even having to, like...
This is an awfully broken thought stream for Khan.
Yeah.
I'm not going. If you want me to do it in Khan's voice, I will, but it'll be a little more long and running. Basically,
Yeah, normally Khan's just like, I
Khan's
have a
voice.
mission.
Okay,
Do
well,
the mission.
okay, Khan's voice then.
Hi guys, good to hear you again. It's Inquisitor Khan. Just wanted to hit up with you guys. You had a great mission last time. I want you to do another one. We have a very important thing. Oh my God, someone stole my book. I can't believe it. Who would even do this?
Okay, fine.
I'm actually on the verge of voting Shen for GM at this point.
Oh God!
Oh my lord. Okay, all of the seriousness of this episode, that wonderful
gone.
tension that was just building up like an orchestra.
This
gone.
is what we do. This is what we do. We build and we destroy. It's like Legos. We build to destroy.
You can see more building and destroying. Look for D&D. An item of vital importance was stolen from Maximus Pandara.
There it is.
The Truth of Four is a book that is, while not heretical in nature, severely restricted because it does discuss in quite some detail some aspects of the ruinous powers. Now, while I'm not a proponent of this book and having it around, it is vitally important we get it back. This mission is going to be top secret, and I mean I will not even give you a security clearance for it because this mission never happened. Are we clear? If this mission should be found out and discovered, the issue being it would look very dimly for the Inquisition to have lost such a tome from the archives on Maximus Pandara. The Inquisition does not make such mistakes, and no one must know of this, because it will look very bad for us, it would look very bad for you, it would look very bad on the Inquisition as a whole. Now, this book was sent over to a world in the subsector next door to you. It shouldn't take you too long to get there. The world is known as, let me just find it, Cypriacopia, in the Cypriacopia subsector next door. It's a hive world. It has a number of libraries. Now, it's entirely possible that someone has shipped that book there with the intention of someone else handing it off to a different library or handing it off to someone else who will then buy it up from one of the libraries. They may not even know what they've got. But it's imperative you retrieve this tome and find out who and why they retrieved it. However, the biggest and most important mission objective is for you to retrieve it. Everything else is secondary. As for your current job, should you be able to square it away quickly enough, do so in a manner that you can consider somewhat complete. If there are any more hold-ups that should take you longer than a couple of days, let me know, and if possible, come back to it later. Otherwise, I will have to assign someone else. But preferably, this mission is to leave no trace. Hopefully your objectives on Aramis Dire will be fulfilled quickly, and that you can go on leave for the next couple of weeks while you sort this out. Mission is vital to the Imperium, and expect you to retrieve this book forthwith. I myself will be on Cypriacopia in a few weeks to be able to pick the tome up from you directly. Good luck, acolytes. Hopefully you will not let me down. Boop. Inquisitor Khan.
I just release a very long, drawn-out, frustrated sigh before I ask aloud. I wonder if Khan would consider the existence of those additional gene stealers more important than finding this book he's lost.
Am I present at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all here. The data slate wouldn't open without all of us present.
Because in that case, that's the first I've heard. And I immediately go, what? Did you just say more gene stealers?
Brander, there's the possibility that there may be further gene stealers on Eridus Dire. It's not guaranteed, but it is a possibility that has to be entertained.
While Cassius is saying this, I'm actually reaching out for what remains in the bottle of Amsec, and I'm just pouring that into the glass. And then I'm drinking from it. And then all of a sudden there's a beep. Is the captain on the line? Is he contacting us?
Chat has requested that EE stop unplugging and plugging back USB things.
Really, have they? Oh,
Show him,
fantastic.
EE. Show him. Unplug it, replug
I'm
it.
sorry.
Go on.
During
No.
the break was
EE
Shouldn't
takes
take
orders
dominance,
from nobody.
EE.
Call him the Exterminatus on chat. Unplug that
Damn
thing.
it, E.
He's opening a book. He's up to something.
I'm just wondering what the critical damage is to the head for excessive consumption of Amasec.
Oh,
But,
too good.
Turning to Brander as Cassius finishes talking, and I take a sip from my glass. It seems that the Midnight Runner, this was not the first time that it was carrying gene stealers from Ichthion. It was the third as far as the logs were concerned.
And they're on Eridus Dire.
Each time. Its
Possibly
destination
several
was
of them.
Eridus Dire. 2, at least.
Do we know
1
how
year
long
and
ago?
8 months ago.
Now they may have, if in the best case scenario, they may have been slain in the underground fighting pit. In the off chance that they survived, they've had 1.5 years to proliferate, or I'm sorry, that's not the word I'm looking for. Propagate. There we go. And in the case that they have been breeding, we know what has to happen to Eridus Dire.
The Inquisitor, the interrogator has been made fully aware of this.
Not
The
yet.
interrogator has.
I turn to Cassius. Really?
Yes. Does the order play like out in audio, or am I the only person that read it?
You can play it in audio, and that's why I played.
Okay. So you guys would have heard that he essentially said that we have our choice right now. We can go back to Eridus Dire and we can try to wrap this up, and he urges us to do it quickly. Or we can go after whatever this book is he appears to have misplaced. Although one seems quite a bit less important than the other.
To hell with the book. We need to go to
Wait.
Eridus Dire and pray that those things are already dead.
Information is dangerous, Brander. And certain information is more dangerous than most. Anything regarding the ruinous powers in the wrong hands, even in the right hands. It's called the ruinous powers. What do you think is going to happen?
I start to speak. I say I'm in agreement with Brander in this case. I've already damned one group of people. I won't do it again. I won't leave them behind.
I'm not voting against returning to Eridus Dire. I'm simply saying that we should make an informed decision on this. It's not just a book. Still, honestly, if he sent someone else, I suspect it will be at the helm of a ship, bristling with weapons. The outcome for Eridus Dire would be grim.
How long would it take for us to discover whether or not these supposed gene stealers even made it to the planet, and whether or not they were in the fighting ring, and
I
whether or
know
not
they made it to
they
a planet.
died?
I have the details from the log. They were deposited there. What happened afterwards? Well, that's the part that we would have to find out. How far out from Eridus Dire are we? How long did
It
it
took
take
about
us to
6 days to get here. It depends on favorable conditions in the warp, etc. Eridus Dire takes you a little bit closer to your destination in terms of travel time. So you'd only be adding about 3 days on to go to Eridus Dire.
Okay.
You are currently en route to Eridus Dire. They did get underway about half an hour ago.
We would have felt the engines engaged.
Yeah.
would we?
If it's the wish of the group, I can send word to Khan, saying that we go to protect the citizens of the Imperium on Eridus Dire, and he has given us an out. He has said that he will send another group to find the book, but he said if we can do both
believe-
jobs, that's also acceptable.
Just out of character, because I could go with IC with it anyway. But didn't he say he'd send someone else to deal with Eridus Dire, not
Yeah.
the book?
Oh, I got it backwards. Okay.
So again, I would stress we're going for that book, at least if we intend to not come up on the wrong end of the Inquisition. The only difference is who goes after Eridus Dire. And what would we even do? Brander, you've had some dealings with these creatures before. I spoke with the captain. He seemed a little bit more knowledgeable, frankly. What he told me was not particularly
pleasant.
How
In
long
the
have
time
they
that
been
they've
on the
been
world?
there, and a year. The longest one has been there a year. The second, 8 months. Long enough from what the captain said to have begun infecting people.
It took us several
Slump down in a
days.
chair.
It took us several days to even find out that these fighting rings even occurred. That this world was importing beasts for the people to fight in pits of death. How long would it take us to even find these creatures, to see if there was any log of what creatures fight in these rings? There may be no records at all, especially if
We
it's
have
an
another
underground
name.
arrangement. A name?
One of my order, the tech priest that I strongly suspect was responsible for those servitors slaying Verdun, and certainly the tech priest that our previous captive was so terrified about. He has a hand in this. If
What
we're
else
lucky,
can you
he
sell
might
us?
be there. I haven't had an opportunity to speak with my order yet, but I may be able to find his exact location. If he is on our Eridus Dire, then that is an immediate lead. Might expedite the process. Though, given how concerned our late captive was, he would likely not be an easy prey to hunt.
Well, what then is the opinion of the group? Do we break off and go after our new objective, or do we possibly risk angering Khan and going after the gene stealers?
Do you have
I vote
any?
G.
Khan implied that it would be weeks of work to recover this book. Finding anything on Hive World is weeks of work to begin with, especially if someone's trying to hide it.
And
I don't
especially
think-
if he doesn't want us to be known.
Eridus Dire is an immediate peril, and if it's not, then we will immediately, or should immediately discover this. If we can find out, you have been to one of these fighting pits, it's likely still operational. If it is, a gene stealer is not something that is particularly inconspicuous. No doubt someone will have seen a match involving it, or someone will know something. And if they do, then we can quickly ascertain what the fate of these creatures were.
I fear you may be overestimating people's ability to recognize these beasts.
Perhaps, but we can describe it at least. How many four-limbed, razor-sharp, clawed, salivating monstrosities have you come across?
Also, they're purple.
Just the one, but this fighting pit that Cassius and I visited was full of drunk men throwing their life's money. I don't think they were too perceptive of what was actually happening in the ring. Rather whether they had fun.
I understand. You raise a valid point, but at least we can try. It is, by looking at the data that we have, Eridus Dire is not far off course. In fact, it could be said to be on the way. We can at least visit Eridus Dire. We're already on course to it, I assume. Once we mentioned this to the captain seemed to think it was imperative that we be underway immediately. We can at least spare a day, 2, 3 maybe, to investigate. We can reconvene and make a decision on which threat we investigate further.
In the meantime, this... sorry, I'm looking for the name. Tech Priest Binus. Have we met him before? Just curious, out of character.
Caroline's did very briefly on the planet, and it was in your documentation when you were going through all the people involved at the port.
Okay, so it's something that we've come across before, that name.
Indeed.
Okay, then, Carolinus, how difficult do you think it would be to find this tech priest that you speak of? Would your order be able to respond swiftly if you sent message urgently?
I have friends in the order, ones who may be able to expedite my request. Are we in agreement then? We will go to Eridus Dire, at least investigate for a few days, before we make our decision.
I won't abandon these people. I'm in agreement.
I at least want to look into
this whole time
this.
I've been like this on the chair, like just gazing off, looking very concerned. But I nod to this.
Seeing Brander finally look up and then nod, I turn to him. Brander, while I share your concern, you perhaps seem the most worried of all of us. Is there anything else you can tell us about these creatures? It was one thing to fight a single wounded specimen, but what we may be about to engage with, the captain mentioned cults, mentioned hybrids. What do you know of these things? And then I pause, and then after a few seconds, I continue, and a little bit more forcefully. And how do you know it?
I've seen what these things do
on
to
Brander.
worlds. You're right, they make cults. They gather people around them. Some just normal humans, others horrifying combinations of man and tyrannid. And they're very good at looking like nothing. Looking just like any random organization of people. Nothing that would raise suspicion. But once you dig deep enough, you find out the truth. And then you most likely are killed by them.
And how did you
They're
find this
extremely
out?
intelligent in how they take things over. And a world will not know what is happening until it's too late.
The captain cited hundreds of years of service as to his source of this information. But you?
I've been on a world where this has happened. I've seen parts of it firsthand, to some degree. And I fought these creatures. Briefly. Anymore, and I wouldn't be here to tell you. But I know what they look like before and after they make themselves known. And before there was no suspicion.
And at what point did they make themselves known? How much time does this world have?
They would not take over for a long time yet. They have grander plans that last potentially decades. At this point, it would still be in its early stages, and there might still be a chance to stop it.
Would you be able to identify someone, even if they looked human?
Quite possibly. But they also employ normal humans within their ranks who've been somehow brainwashed to following them.
Could it be that
I give Brander a
Aina?
big, wide-eyed glance when he says someone who's been brainwashed by a Xeno to follow them.
is it possible that? Oh, see now, I'm saying by now, but what is it?
Binus.
Binus, thank you. Is it possible that Binus might be under their control?
Entirely. Anyone we happen to come across on that world could be. In its early stages, I wouldn't expect it to have taken over the entirety of society yet, though. We appear to have caught it at an early stage.
Very well. Tell me, how long would this planet have before it... Well, we speak of infections, we speak of subterfuge, we speak of taking control. This planet has a functioning, a very busy port. How long would it take for the cult to begin shipping its members off-world?
I can't be sure. I don't know what happens if you separate a member from its leader.
Very well. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to retire for now. I need to contact my order, see if they can give me a location for Binus. and any other information which may be pertinent.
Hopefully we have time on the world to check in on him if he's still there.
Indeed. These are dire circumstances. This mission has become far larger than I expected.
Before you go, Carolinus, I know I'm from a backwards world, but allow me to think a little bit here.
Yes?
If this Gene Stealer cult has already been established, as you say, it's possible within the year and 8 months that they've been there, would they be bringing in more Gene Stealers via off-planet, as in through this ship that we are on right now?
Mm-hmm. Brander, you seem to be the authority on this matter amongst us. Is that something that they would do? Would they continue to bring in more specimens?
Can't be sure, but it stands to reason. It takes a long time, I believe, for them to be able to create new Gene Stealers of their own. Bringing in more from somewhere else would make sense.
If that's even a remote possibility, what are the chances that this crew and even its captain are also working with the Gene Stealers?
I think if that was the case, we'd already be dead.
Silent.
I don't think he'd be quite so cooperative if he was acting as part of the enemy retinue. I think he would have thrown far too many. We would have seen one of the wrenches he had thrown into our plans at this point. I've seen no reason to, especially given his connection to Ravon. I don't see any suspicion on him. He's perhaps just ignorant of what goes on in his ship. And to be fair, it is a large craft, but at worst, he's guilty of ignorance.
I truly hope you are right.
It does seem suspicious that a captain could be so ignorant of so much going on his own ship.
What gives me faith in the situation is that in order for him to be so ignorant, so too would Ravon have to be that ignorant, because his connection with Ravon is strong. It's a thick connection, so for Ravon to vouch so much for someone who's such a liability seems unlikely to me. I mean, unless there's just something we don't know about.
Well, Cassius, you've spent more time with the captain than any of us. I defer to your judgment on the nature of his character. At any rate, I'm going to retire. I can see no reason to delay my communication to my order. I'll report back as soon as I hear anything. And at that, I move to go.
It's like the person at the business meeting. He's like, come on, finish. I really gotta pee.
Mm-hmm.
I really gotta pee, and my pee will stop the suffering of untold
So
billions
we
on the
okay
world.
to, with, you need to make a conversation, you need to check the memory core, you need to check the data crystal. With those in mind, are we okay to fast forward to Eridus Dire?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so to contact your order and to ascertain stuff about Binus, you've got Peer Adeptus Mechanicus, haven't you?
Do you mean...
Boy, I would hope so.
Common Adeptus Mechanicus. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, you might understand them with Peer. Yeah, you have the lore of them, don't you?
Yeah.
Since you are Mechanicus, I'll give you an influence test at +10. This will be determine what information you get and how subtly you can do it. I'll also need to roll for your subtlety.
33
Nice.
with a target of 51.
Okay.
I like how in the list of all of our rolls, we've had like 5 rolls that weren't Carolinas today. They're all Carolinas.
I'm painfully aware of this, actually.
Well, it's a
Damn it.
mechanical episode. Okay.
If we had done the interrogation, it would have been even more, so don't worry about it.
Yep.
Caroline, so you get a response
Made one roll.
from your order, and it is a profile with an attached note. Megos Binus
we should
is
say that-
considered hereticus and should be targeted and brought down any possibility of capture. Should death be an option too, death would be less preferable, but still required. He is to be prosecuted with extreme force and to be expunged.
Okay, and that's the note along with the
That's like the
profile.
little like disclaimer at the top of his profile that he's been marked Hereticus by the Mechanicum themselves, not by the Inquisition,
Man,
by
they
the
put the-
Mechanicum.
They put the black spot on him, the black gear.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
the Mechanicus.
The
They're like,
black gear.
yeah, this is a problem. We don't want anyone else to know about it. We will deal with it ourselves.
Bring him forward for disassembly.
What do you know about the Gear Wars?
The note itself says, Tech Priest Drackle. It is worrying that you found note of Tech Priest Binus. He's been missing for quite some time. He is wanted for heresy, and his works are to be considered heretic and to be destroyed. His specialities are in biological and also computerlogical and compute and some cybernetic enhancements. His full profile is enclosed within. If you could share with us any details you have on him, we would like to also try and hunt him down and expunge him immediately.
Anything else?
I don't think there's anything else. No, there wouldn't be anything else in the note. The full profile then goes on to list Magos Binus. He's about 180 years old. Cyberized quite extensively with cybernetics. Specializes in biological systems and also augmentation. He's also done some stuff with cybernetics, and in addition has played around with cognite units and so on. It just as a byline of stuff like augmentation and also being able to do Servitor stuff as well. He was considered heretic after meddling with a number of forbidden amalgamations of Xenos and other materials.
He coded in Java one too many times.
Yeah,
We just
pretty
couldn't
much.
forgive him for it.
What a heretic.
Get on Python and C++, heretic.
Okay.
People still use
Anything
C++?
else in the profile?
Guess so.
In the profile, there's a number of more smaller bits of information about him. Number of times that they've heard rumors here and there, but nothing's ever really come of it. He's been hunted. They don't really have any more information at the moment. He's been heretic
Is there
for
any
9
list?
years.
Is there any list of his augmentations?
It's old, but yes. He's got cybernetic arms, cybernetic legs, extensive cyberization of the torso and head. It doesn't list the specifics of those, but it does mention he's got several mechadendrites, including a weapon mechadendrite, Auspex, enhancement to his vision and hearing, and his arms are strong.
Okay. Right. Who is the contact that I received this information back from? Is it someone that I would consider an ally, as in a personal ally?
No, it would have been relayed to you by effectively one of your contacts would have pinged someone else who was much more important and would have relayed it back to you. The problem is I forgot what name I said in the first session, but it would be Subsector General. Where's the name? Phasio. There we go.
Okay. Can you remind me the? I've completely forgotten the name of basically the Mechanicus security. Basically, a Mechanicus Death Squad. What's the name of their effectively?
Oh,
their
they're troops. Their troops themselves are called the Skitari.
Okay. Very well. Given the request from my order, I'm immediately going to respond that I'm going to respond with we're currently hunting him on that we have suspicion that he is currently on Eridus Dire and has been active in this location recently. We have felt effect of his meddling very recently, specifically in biological units that are still predominantly flesh
that have been used by the tech priest. However, that I am currently investigating and trying to hunt him, and would appreciate an opportunity to capture him. But I will, of course, pursue the Order's interest as a priority.
Okay. You send it off. A few days later, you get your reply. Your reply is a mission debriefing, which is a debriefing of Skitarii unit's attempt to force entry to the workshop of Magus Binus on Eridus Dire. It notes that a bomb was attached to the door, which detonated, killing one Skitarii, wounding another. They then forced entry, did a fire sweep. 2 servitors engaged them, which were then taken down. Inside, they found a number of records of heretical devices and works, which were destroyed, including the corpse of a gene stealer, which was held in stasis and had been heavily autopsied. They found evidence of augmentations and work done to another gene stealer who was not present.
Oh.
And they also found notes that said gene stealer was effectively being heavily cyberized.
What?
That is unfortunate.
Magus Binus left shortly after your ship actually left to Raw.
Okay.
They didn't find information about where or when Magus Binus headed. However, it appears that Magus Binus took one individual, a hunchbacked, bulky individual wearing very flowing robes that they managed to get on a picked capture shortly before leaving dock.
Does it have any information on the ship that he left aboard?
No. It appears that however he left the port, it isn't listed by the investigation.
Okay. I will relay my thanks for the update, and
It notes
I will
that
contact...
because you gave them the information effectively, they will keep you updated with their investigation, but they will continue to investigate Eridus Dire.
Okay, well, I'll pass back a thank you, especially considering that this person is such a high rank to be willing to keep me involved. It is deeply appreciated.
Of note, you probably recognize the name. Subsector General Phasio is second in line for control of the Ambrusa subsector. The Ambrusa subsector is basically the other side of the sector, but it also has 3 forge worlds. It is the main manufacturing hub in the sector. Yeah. It is where the Fabricator General, who controls Asherman, lives and controls the world. They also control all the Mechanicum in the sector. And Subsector General Phasio is basically in charge of the security, Skitarii, the defense of forge worlds, etc. So they have a slightly more military role than General.
Okay, well, I'll pass on my thanks for them keeping me abreast of the situation and reassure them that any information will likewise be passed to them. And I will include a note specifically regarding the gene stealers, and that if they have any further information regarding the fate of the final gene stealer, it would be of paramount importance to me.
Yeah, they will keep you abreast.
Okay, well, with that... It's been how many days?
By the time you get that
3 or so
message,
days?
you're probably pretty close to Eridus Dire, maybe like 2 days out.
Okay. Well, I imagine that initially I informed the others that I've sent the message, and then that the information, while waiting basically on the information, I reported to them when the information came back that this person is a heretic, and that he's dealt deeply with heretics specifically, and especially I would have made them aware based on his augmentations, and this I would specifically say to Cassius, but in regard of all the group, you made mention once that I had little to fear of bullets. There's every possibility that he would have even less to fear of them. If we do have to engage, we will need extremely heavy ordnance. or it may be a very bloody battle. It would be very unlikely that we could subdue him peacefully.
I heard Garrett got a new toy. I mean, will that help?
I don't have it with me, but I'm thinking about it. My eyes go big when you say that.
Right. As it'll be a few days before I get the next message about things, I don't mention to them that I've passed what I knew onto them, onto my order. Should I do any other rolls for the other things that I was going to be looking into?
Yeah, so to break into the data crystal, you'll need to make a security check.
Okay. Would I be able to have the captain look for any sort of logs on voice recordings of Captain Verdun while he was on board the ship that I could use?
Sure, you can try and compile you something, but it wouldn't really help unless you knew the password. Like, you could cobble together a password out of that, or you could just hack your way in.
Well, it would depend really on what.
Keep hacking.
Would there be a way of me working out what the password is? Basically, you know, like key
only
cards
if you,
and things
if,
like
only
that.
if
There are
you
ways
know
to
it.
do it. Okay, I'll just hack it then. I'll try.
Okay.
Anyway.
It'll be a security test,
So-
and it will be at -10.
This time. 82. I will fate that one.
Okay.
Oh dear.
See, he tries to hack security and nobody gets mad at his fate usage,
92.
but I try to
No,
get...
an 82.
You think you've got it, you spend a few days trying to hack into it, and you think you've got the password, and boop, 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 boop. Incorrect password entered. One more attempt before self-deletion.
Would it be possible for me to look over the log, the black box from the Midnight Runner that we still have? There may be any
Sure.
kind of implication of passwords entered or any passwords changed or anything like that.
Sure. You look over the log, the black box in the Midnight Runner. You can't find information on that. From what you can tell, it doesn't store passwords on there. Just effectively a log of effectively what happens on the ship, just in case the ship gets destroyed or something.
Someone opened the garage door in space. Oops.
Someone opened a door which
Okay.
had a gene stealer behind it.
Yeah.
I bet the password... what's Verdun's wife's name, and then the year that he was born in. That's probably their password.
Chat says
Okay.
just send 500 million to Black Sun. We're good.
Or if it's numerical, it's like almost always. I worked in IT. It's either like 852-654 or something like that.
Password 123.
309.
Yeah.
Right, I'll
There's
try
like 5
once
different
more.
passwords
Okay.
that everybody
well,
uses.
first I'll ask the others. Do I have your agreement to try this? Actually, has the captain got any... he's a rogue trader, just it's worth a shot. Does he happen to have any devices on board that may aid this in some way? I asked
He
Cassius
hates
to
this
ask.
question. I can tell from his face.
Such a thing would be a highly illegal device if one would have it on board, Carolinus. I'm looking over at Garrett. I'm sure none of us on board have such an item.
No. Hey, Garrett. How about
Yes?
I show you what all of the things that you missed while poking around in that head? I noticed the buckets are still in the room. Let's go and play with.
Oh, those
the
buckets
bucket
must
full of
stink
stuff.
by now.
Yep.
Are we still in the servitor's room? Because that's where the buckets are.
No, I'm telling him to come with me. Let's go poke around with bits.
Sure. Lead the way.
Okay. And I leave with Garrett. I spend some time showing him bits.
Surely, Captain, you understand that certain illegalities become necessary in the pursuit of the advancement of the Empire.
Cassius,
If I could coax...
make a charm test at +20. +30.
Yay.
You kind of get somewhere.
He
with you.
loves me. This guy just
Yeah.
gives me whatever I want.
Oh, what is that, Avac?
76. You need him to 75.
I'm going to
Gosh.
fate that to automatically succeed, I guess.
There you go. That's
Okay.
the spirit.
I'm so glad you still have a fate, because
Is-
if you
is-
used up your last fate before, I would
Honestly.
So apparently, since we're going to do a delegation every time I use my fate, is everybody pleased with my fate usage this time around?
Yes,
Use
actually,
it.
as it happens. Yeah.
You don't have to ask permission to use fate. Come on.
Maybe I want Lasari to be part of my spy network. Like, who's going to snitch on the captain except for the person closest to him, you know? Like, I'm developing things here. Seduction. It's all part of the espionage process.
You
You're
can dress it
developing
up
an erection.
however you want, but we all know your dick is in that box.
No, the point here is to undress it, not to dress it up.
Well,
So
Cassius, I understand what you mean. Just 1 second. I feel like a drink. He walks over to the drink cabinet. He opens it. He then opens another panel at the back. Pulls something out, which looks like a bit like a data crystal, but it's basically a female to male adapter on the data crystal. So you plug it into a data crystal slot, and then you plug the data crystal into that. He goes over to the desk, plugs that in, plugs the data crystal in, types a few commands in, and yeah, that would pass. That's a pass with 5 degrees of success.
And instantly, Super Mario World pops up.
A load of data starts scrolling across the screen, and a picture flies past as it scrolls, which Cassius recognizes as Tech Priest Binus. He unplugs the device, which is now fizzling a little bit with static electricity popping across it, and you can smell like burnt silicon. Unplugs the crystal, puts the crystal back in, and pockets the device. Well done, Cassius. It looks like you managed to hack into it yourself. Whoever knew you had such a depth of talent. Anyway, I think the bridge is calling me, so I'll be back.
I just kind of smirk and I say, Captain.
Cassius walks away.
What does Bentham do at this point? Where's
I guess I was there. I just don't do anything. I'm like, yeah, this is happening.
Do you
Yeah.
I'm not messing
like,
up by saying anything.
You're
Brandon's
pretending no one's doing
very
anything
interesting
illegal.
right now. Wow,
Brandon's-
it's taking all my attention.
Brandon's
I'm
a
looking at that
gangster,
book
just
again.
like me and the captain. He can't help it. He likes that thug life. We don't follow the rules of the Imperium. We do what we gotta do. Yada da da da.
I was just reading the Ravener book again.
Brandon, make
Well, all this has been going on.
make a
I've
scrutiny
just
check.
been
Oh,
showing
goddammit.
our dear friend Garrett how basically to clean the slop up after an interrogation. We're literally just cleaning.
Commander. Well, while we're cleaning, and I'm making sure I have gloves on this time. I didn't have gloves on when I was showing Brandon with the intestines. I was just wiping all
Oh
my
no,
pens.
really?
Ugh,
I
you
was
got
just
verdun
like,
under your
oh.
nails.
He doesn't care.
Honestly, it can
But you
take
should.
days for the smell of that stuff to come out of your skin. Trust me, it's so bad.
Well, now you have
Oh.
to deal with that smell. It's a wonderful smell, of course. And I'm going to be talking with Carolinus. We were supposed to have this talk earlier, but we just never got around to it. Someone got their neck stabbed with a fork. You know, it happens. I'm going to bring up the whole thing with Mr. Monkey Man. I'm going to say, Carolinus, I know you're upset what happened down on Row. I am as well. And I do want to apologize for sending you out of the room, but I knew you would have stepped in and stopped what had to be done. Clearly you see that Cassius was under that Xeno's influence. He could not get his eyes away from its busy work. He was fascinated beyond belief.
I do enjoy some monkey business.
We know. You're married now. Stop it.
As Garrett's saying this, I'm just busying myself with basically cleaning up and disposing of this body, which has largely just been left there because I told the camera, yeah, don't touch anything. I need to look at things. And then it was used to distract Garrett, and then it just got messy.
Does Carolinus notice that Garrett had poked the eyes in through the sockets and then tried to put them back and it never really fit back properly?
He hasn't noticed it now.
Okay.
I'm silent for a time, and I'm just cleaning. I kind of grunt to show acknowledgement of what he said, and then I'm sort of mulling over my words. But it's clear that my optical mechadendrite is now watching Garrett as I work, and Medicaid mechadendrite is helping me. My mechaductrite is helping me cut into the body, just basically making it easier to clean up. Stapling bits back in just so it's easier to move around and things like that.
I understand why you did what you did. I understand the need you saw in it. And truth be told, I can't say that you weren't correct. Perhaps it did appear that we were ensorcelled. Perhaps, in fact, we were. The presence of that creature did create a rift between us that didn't exist prior. My concern is largely where that will end. You might well have made the right decision now, but it doesn't mean that this right decision will be made next time. The simple fact of the matter is that creature would have expedited our investigation, and had that investigation been expedited, we might not have needed to interact with the tribe. We may well have just found the creature, been led directly to the cave. If that had happened, many lives might not have needed to be snuffed out from orbit. Truth be told, the witch needed to die, whether we had been there or not, but those following her, perhaps not. And that blame is not entirely yours to bear, though I suspect things would have played out differently if we'd had the Dracaro's talent at our disposal. Still, the manner in which you took it upon yourself to end its life worries me. Honestly, there's no good answer to this situation. You did what you did, and it's done.
The only question I pose to you, sir, is if you were in my position, witnessing your friends, your team, falling under the influence of something that cannot be controlled, that you know not how to manipulate, how would you respond?
There, our ideologies differ. Not everything can be controlled, Garrett. It might seem that way from your world, where things are simpler, but in the worlds that I have visited, and the world that I know as home, not a world at all, really. Control is a very scarce commodity. It's not one I have wielded, nor do I particularly wish to wield. But I recognize that you did not do what you did out of any malice. You're apologizing for something, and I understand why. It seems that Interrogator Khan feels that you did the right thing, and who am I to question his authority? Still, it worries me. It has created a rift, but you've made an attempt to seal it, and for that I am appreciative.
The next time I witness something like this, I'll try to bring it up directly with you. This time...
Seem a little taken aback by that.
This time, as I sent you out of the room, I tried to directly speak with Cassius. I stepped between him and the creature, and I looked him in the eyes. I spoke to him directly, man to man, about my concerns with the creature, the Xeno. Cassius told me to get out of the way. I refused. He pushed me out of the way. He insisted on witnessing the Xeno's actions. He was not reasonable in that time. But I will attempt to speak to you next time, instead of him.
Very well. That sheds new light on your decision. Thank you for confiding in me, Garrett. I appreciate this. We're done here, though. We should return to the group. And I'm not actually done at all. I've just basically had my fill of stitching this thing back up. It's still mostly gore.
There's a couple of servitors nearby who've gone to clean it up and then been told to stop, and they're like...
Yeah. As we're heading out, if I see any servitors, I tell them, go clean up that room.
Exactly.
Servitors have stopped mid trying to go clean it up, but have stopped because you've told them to, like, a few days ago. So now start cleaning it up with gusto. They don't care. They don't care about the smell. Yeah, you head back to the room.
Flesh is weak.
When you get
Metal is
back, you
wonderful.
find Cassius and Branda looking over some information.
Just a question out of character here. If the servitors don't care about the smell, then how do they know what the people want it to smell like? They're like, it smells fine. It smells like piss and shit in here. Great, we're good.
Well, they have a sense of
just
smell,
tell
but it's
them-
not connected to, like, their, like, pleasure parts of their brain. They know what a smell is, but they don't relate that to liking and disliking.
We want every room just to smell like Old Spice swagger. That's what we want every single room to smell like. They've got little dispensers on their shoulders, and they just walk around spraying it everywhere.
God, my roommate got some body wash like that, and it's just so bad. It smells so much. Oh.
And they always have like the dumbest, like most forced masculine names ever too. They're always like Wolf Bear, Cut Stabber. It's just like, do people really?
Stabber.
Yeah,
Do people
I
really
hope
like?
it was Cut Stabber, because the alternative that could have been, and I misheard, is even worse.
You remember that
Oh.
meme from, like, I don't know, 1999 or 2000 with this, like, short, derpy guy with these giant, super thick glasses, and he's got a big old dumb grin on his face, and it says "Cunt Destroyer."
Oh, dear.
That's all
That wasn't what I said. I said Cut Stabber.
I know.
Oh, dear. Anyway,
cracks me
you
up.
get back to the cigar room,
And
and
I find
holographic
Cassius is
information's there.
discussing this thing about deodorant with Brandon. I'm like, should I come back, guys? Is this an inopportune moment?
I'm going to look and
Cassius
see.
playing
Oh,
a
man.
lullaby to Branda on his xylophone abs.
When I see Carolinus come in, I say, it appears as though Brander and I have a wealth of technological use skill that we have stumbled upon. Here's your crystal.
I feign surprise, but I take it and move to use it with the sort of practiced ease of someone who expected exactly this at the moment I walked in. And I was actually very eager to find this. But, wonderful. I'll have to remember to have you deal with all of the security systems in the future.
I
Glad
just
to
go
be of
wide-eyed.
service.
I just go wide-eyed, and I go, impressive.
Okay, I insert the crystal and we have a quick gander at it.
Okay. The information on the crystal basically consists of a number of dealings that have happened between Captain Verdun and Megas Binus. Several occasions, he's procured certain aliens through Verdun. Is information on times that they discussed, transactions, payments, items that you want to procure, including the 3 gene stealers. Is pictures of him. Is some pictures of him taken with what seems to be a long lens from further away, of Verdun talking to Binus. It would appear that this is his fail-safe just in case of blackmail.
Does it have any information on locations other than Eridus Dyer that they have met and that they've had dealings? Any contacts, secondary or tertiary contacts that they have moved through? Any kind of leads, any names, any places?
No, their only meetings were
anything like
Eridus Dyer shipping those 3 gene stealers. It does mention that Magos Binus also did some work on the Midnight Runner as payment for the first gene stealer, and also did a little bit of work here and there installing the cages and so on for the containment.
Does it have any indication that Verdun and Magus Binus had recently had a falling out, or that an increase in price or anything like that had occurred?
Yes, it does note that Verdun wanted more payers. It was getting a little bit more dangerous, and Megas Binus, having provided the grid, the search grid that the Imperial forces over Ichthium were using, was getting slightly more fed up with the increase in price and had suggested that he would look elsewhere to procure such specimens. At which point, Verdun had discussed the fact that, frankly, he was the only person risking to do it, and he ordered all this information, and he wouldn't want to take the risk of looking elsewhere.
Did this conversation happen to occur at long range whilst the Midnight Runner was already returning with something? Was this like By the way, before we actually get over
Yep,
there,
that is a record of an
one moment.
astropath message. Yes.
Yep. I'm frankly not at all surprised, and I express this to the rest of the group, and I point out a few things. And in fact, even as we're going through the information, I'm like speaking aloud of my thoughts as I'm thinking, yeah, he tried to force a deal, and Binus released the Gene Stealer remotely. What an idiot. I'm not even shocked. I'm just disappointed with Verdun. It's like,
This man seems to have
Wow.
long-reaching powers. Was he also responsible for the explosion in our captive's head?
I cannot prove that one way or the other, but I'm willing to.
The log
there's
also
something-
indicates that Binus did require access to augment the crew of the Midnight Runner. Verdun refused, which he relented to at the end.
Right. Yes, it seems that is indeed the case. Verdun was a very greedy and stupid individual.
It was stupid
Now
to
he's
even
in
try
a
this in the
bunch of
first place.
buckets.
That is true. Heretical, more to the point. But beyond that, his other extensive list of crimes is being an idiot. Well, we know what Binus, how Binus affected the destruction of the Midnight Runner and why. We have information on places where they met. At this point, let's just say that I had the information that I recently received the reply from my order regarding the attack on Eridus Dire. Unfortunately, the information regarding to Binus' presence on Eridus Dire is a little outdated. It appears that my order had been investigating Binus, as well you know. I was privy to information, given that my interests lay in the same area, that Binus had been discovered and a squad of Skitarii attempted to breach his workshop. It did not end well for the Skitarii, however, there is a silver lining. Binus did escape, but one Gene Stealer was present, dissected, dead. Did the report imply what they did with the Gene Stealer corpse that they found on site?
Yeah, they destroyed the entire facility. They burned it.
Yeah. Naturally, the Skitarii put the corpse and, in fact, the entire facility to the torch. And no doubt that will reassure you, Brander.
So these creatures
However-
were not, in fact, used in the fighting ring.
No. It seems that their presence was at the direct request of Binus. He had very different interests in them. However, the second of the two, there's evidence that it was part of an experiment. That Binus may have used the first to discover the anatomy, intricacies of their particular species, and the second was being experimented on. There are records of heavy cybernetic modification. However, they did not find it at the facility.
Sounds like we've got another hunt on our hands.
Was there any indication of the information on where it went?
Well, he went,
that I
went off world with a hunched figure, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. The creature itself, they have no particular knowledge of. However, they have glimpsed footage of Binus exiting Eridus Dire. They do not know upon which ship or where he was headed. That may be something that we can discover ourselves. I have a rough timestamp of his flight from the planet. He left. Oh, go ahead.
Is this going to require me to speak with Valoran again? I'd like to follow up and see what happened to him.
I do believe we should visit the scriptorium again.
Yes. Binus left with a hunched figure.
spatterings of images difficult to ascertain. This could be a companion. It could be a slave. It could be something else. And I'm looking directly at Brander at this point.
Do you think he managed to train it?
Pain can be a surprisingly keen motivator. And I have very little doubt that having taken apart one gene stealer, he would know more about it than Brander does. Significantly more. He could probably make one of them dance to any tune he particularly desired. He was quite a resourceful man.
But do you believe he'd be able to make it into this hunched figure that went traveling with him?
I could quite easily take your arms off, or anyone else's. I might be able to put them back on later on. I have no idea how easily that would be achieved with a gene stealer, but it is not beyond his abilities. We don't know how he was augmented. That was not in the information that I was given. It could be that he's found some way to control it through augmentation. It's quite possible that he could reconfigure its limbs or any other part of it. I can only hope that if he's done so, he's neutralized any ability it has to procreate. But I can't guarantee that. Or what purpose he has for such a creature.
Regardless of the case, this is fairly high heresy. This needs to be handled.
It does, but perhaps Aridus Dyer is no longer in the firing line.
And let's go down and we'll go to the Chroniclarium and figure out where he might have gone with the ship and the hunched figure. And perhaps that gives us another lead, although I doubt that we have time to travel through the warp without having to go after Khan's errand. So now that he's left the planet, it might be best if we just go after what we've been assigned to. After finding out where he went.
That they couldn't find any information. They did an in-depth investigation.
Oh, they checked the Chroniclarium.
You can be assured that they probably checked the Chroniclarium. The Mechanicus are pretty good at going, right, we will just brute force this. This investigation, sure, we'll just read all the documents. It's fine.
Very quickly. They've got Mechanicus that are literally built for that.
Yeah.
Then, out of character question for it then, would they also know like what the ships were that were... Of course they would know what the ships were that were in orbit that were coming and going at the time. Then could they just give us that list and we could try to track it down ourselves? Because It seems like they had a dead end.
It is a subsector capital, however. So the list would be 120 ships or something for that period of time.
That's why we got scrutiny rolls, baby.
Yeah, effectively, the best way to use that list is that you can have a lot of the information copied over to you. And in future, should one of those ships show up in a funny circumstance, that would help narrow the list and you could be a bit dubious about that. But you wouldn't really be able to get much from just a list as it is.
Yeah, I'm in agreement then. It doesn't seem as we need to go to Aridus Dyer at the moment.
Carolinus, did you procure this information from your Brotherhood?
Yes. And they have graciously, confirmed that they will keep me abreast of any further developments.
Have they
Once they made this information available to me, I expressed the dire importance of any information regarding the gene stealer specifically.
Do they know of your association with the Inquisition, and have they made any of this information about Binus privy to the Inquisition? Because I don't wish to anger the Adeptus Mechanicus by throwing their name around too wildly when it comes to verifying our sources to Khan or to Ravan.
My association with the Inquisition is perhaps known to some. It would not be particularly difficult. Mechanicus has many avenues to gather information, but I have not made it expressly known to them, no.
The phrasing of the way that Subsecretary General Phasio put the information to you suggested that he thought that you were someone who would want to be kept abreast or should be kept abreast. You'd suspect he probably knew you were working with the Inquisition, especially because you
I expressed this to Cassius, specifically that I impress upon him how important this person is and that they decided to keep me abreast of it. Certain things could be assumed.
Very well.
However,
I
I have not spoken directly of my association with the Inquisition.
You've got a secret admirer.
I merely wish to confirm that I would virtually guarantee that if we file a report about this, Ravon or Khan will ask us what our source was, and if the Adeptus wanted to remain left out of it. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't alienating you from your clan.
Perhaps the best way to handle it then would be to let Carolinus inform Khan.
I will be honest. He is, of course, my superior. I gleaned this information through various avenues that I have with the Adeptus Mechanicus. The information was passed along to me through those. If he requires any further information, I will, of course, offer it willingly.
What I meant was that instead of any of us three sending the information, that if it comes from you, then you would have the privacy to speak with him personally.
That is very generous of you. I thank you.
Okay, so you're going to go straight past Eridestai and immediately divert on.
Assuming that everyone here is in agreement, but Branda hasn't said anything yet. So Carolinus would
we have
be
to go
looking for
by.
him.
We have to go by and uncheck the box that says Exterminatus. Just make sure that that's not checked. Can't forget
Bring
that.
out the little hollow.
I look to Brander, and I say, it seems as though the group has decided, but you appear to bear a particular chip on your shoulder regarding this endeavor. So...
What an undiplomatic way of putting it.
Yeah.
You got a chip on your shoulder, mate. I want to sort that out.
I will defer to you. If you wish to investigate further, I understand you have something at stake here.
I think without the Gene Stealers being on the planet, there is little danger. I think that if all the others are dead and that one is elsewhere, then I think Eridestai is safe.
Very well. Let's go find this pamphlet or book or whatever it is that our dear overlord has seemed to misplace.
Okay,
It's very fortunate. Cassius, perhaps you can signal our receipt of the mission from interrogated Khan, and that we are going to afford it our full and undivided attention.
Consider it done.
I cast a glance over at Carolinus, just whisper, "Ruinous powers?"
Well, the second you said the book was called the Book of the Four, out of character, I was like, what's going on right here?
I mean, you do have knowledge warp, so...
But you said that didn't count before, in the first episode or whatever, you said that, that would encompass the knowledge of how the warp works and stuff like that, but it wouldn't allow me to be like, oh, I know stuff about Tzeentch right now, because even to Psyker,
yeah, you wouldn't know,
that would be protected information.
You might not know stuff directly about Tzeentch because it's not forbidden. Oh, it's forbidden. You might know that. It'd be like a case of testing. You would know that the ruinous powers exist. You would know effectively that they're maybe 4 aspects, possibly. The rest
Would
of that
I
stuff
have
will
the
be
same knowledge since I've got forbidden warp
Yes.
as well?
Yes, you would have.
You want to have a super awesome tea party and talk about the ruinous powers?
As it happens, no. I like the fact that I'm only slightly corrupt thanks to your psychic influence. I want to keep it as low as possible.
I want to talk about the gracious gifts of Papa Nurgle. That's all that I want to talk about is what he wants to give you and how he wants to help you.
Captain Valentine just vents the air in this room into space, and you will die. That's how.
This is literally why no one wants to have any crazy monkey sex with you.
He's Space Santa Claus, but with AIDS and diseases.
He's not Space Santa Claus.
You wonder why the servitors are spraying deodorant on you, Cassius. It's because you've nurgled too much.
It's not actually deodorant, it's disinfectant.
We
It's
nurgle
really
hard.
strong. Caustic stuff. It's going through your clothes.
We nurgle
Holy
hard.
bleach.
Holy bleach.
So the book was shipped out and was then contained in a full-on batch of books going from Xmas Pandara to Cypria Copia. It went to a library called the Library of the Emperor's Divine Light. Most of the libraries on Cypria are named Library of the Emperors and then a certain aspect. So it's shortened to Light, colloquially. So the Library of Light. But the full name is the Library of the Emperor's Divine Light. It was contained inside a shipment of books, the shipment of which was 27A, and was received approximately 2 weeks ago by the time you get there. It takes you about another 6 days to get there. Favorable warp tides allow you to get there relatively quick. And you have to say goodbye to Valentine, as Valentine has other places to go unless you need to keep his services.
Before we go, though, I am going to corner Valentine and just thank him so much for that Norian wine and ask him if he had another bottle, because I kind of went through it already.
Man, the
I'm going.
alcohol.
I would give you a gift, but I'd rather one for myself, honestly. So you got
Let me just stop you there. I've taken the liberty of having servitors include an extra 2 bottles in your luggage.
Oh, you, sir, are a saint.
My man.
Don't worry, it's the good stuff.
If you ever need a favor, just ask. I am your Norian.
I'll bear that in mind.
Yeah, that's gonna come back to haunt us later.
Yeah, I was just thinking. Oh no.
Oh, hey,
Like
hey,
5
Garrett, shoot Cassius in his sleep. Okay, here's your wine.
No, he's got my token. He's allied with my family now. He's allied.
Yeah.
Can't shoot me.
But he said he gave you the black token.
That was an unfortunate turn.
Yeah.
Although that would have been very interesting for storyline
That'd be a
purposes.
very
Oh,
funny
yes.
turn.
That would have been.
That would have been
I
an
thought he
oh
was gonna-
shit moment.
I thought he was going to table flip. That was going to be
I'd
fantastic.
save this for the after show now.
Garrett, yeah, he shakes your hand, and you get aboard the lander. Next in line comes Carolinus. Carolinus. I have to thank you for going through the servitors. I've taken the liberty of removing their memory cores and having them contained aboard your shuttle. I'm sure I'll find replacements from someone who isn't as touched as the person we had working on them last time.
I can only offer my deepest regret that one of my order has inconvenienced you in such a way.
Well, don't worry. I can only offer my deepest regrets that another trader has inconvenienced the Imperium in such a way, and you've had to go and hunt them down. And of course, remove my midshipman. So, bads on both sides, I believe.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Captain. A rare
Pleasure meeting you, Carolinus. And I've taken the liberty of including a bottle of Amasec on board. I did see you drinking one earlier. And I've also included a certain little bit of a special thing that I tend to get from the priesthood, which you might find of interest.
Thank you very much, Captain.
It's always a pleasure
I'm
to meet a
clearly
talkative member.
intrigued. And my mechadendrites are kind of reacting a little bit more,
Okay.
like they're perky and like slithering around in the air.
He clasps you by the hand. And
I make a great effort not to crush his. An effort I don't really afford many other people.
you note you can't.
Oh, I'm not even trying. How would I note I can't?
Because he gives you a little firm squeeze of his hand on your arm.
And I feel
you know-
feel my metallic knuckles go.
I
You know
knew
that
you
it's
statted him.
rather tight. He gives you a wink, and then pats you on the shoulder. As you get aboard, by the way, you look through your luggage, and you find that in addition to the bottle of Amasec, is 1 dose of sacred unguents.
Ooh,
Wow.
that is actually pretty awesome. Wow.
He moves on to Brenda.
Guy.
Yeah.
I'll make the Aquila and bow.
Now, Brenda. Is there anything I can do for you? I notice your accent seems a little bit familiar.
Really?
Yeah, he's from York.
I recognize it as a
Holy
world
shit.
I've been to a few times. It's perhaps sometime we'll have to reminisce about that world.
Yes, perhaps. I thank you for your help to the Inquisition and the uniform as well.
Don't worry about
Appreciate
that. But I've taken the liberty of including one of the few things I have from your world on board. I'm sure it means a lot more to you than it does to me.
Thank you, sir.
Have a safe one, Branda. He shakes your hand. As you go aboard, you look in your luggage. You find that there is a map of your world. It's an ancient map. It looks probably at least 400 years old. It is not a recent map, put it that way. It's relatively recent in terms of Imperial Standard, but it's been updated a few times since. But it does show your world as it once was.
I take a while to
And
look
there's
at
no
it.
more.
Constant
journey.
reminder of your failure.
Yeah, on the back is LUL, all caps.
God, you guys are horrible. The extermination of an entire people reduced into 3 words, mocking.
Oh, Cassius. He goes up to you and next goes, Cassius.
Ah,
He gives you a big bear hug. Well, I've only got 2 cigars left from your world. They are yours.
much appreciated. Would it be possible, as a final favor, I need to get a message to my father, but it can't be through official channels. It needs to arrive without anyone other than him receiving it. Would that be something you could help me with?
Anything for a friend of the family? He smiles and taps the little shell token that you've given him. A coral token. sorry.
The message is simple. It's just I am well in doing the Emperor's work, and when I return home, all traces of my shame will be gone. That's all. I just want him to know I'm all right.
Shameful.
I will do so. Cassius Caligo the 12th.
I clasp him on the shoulder and I say, thank you, brother.
Good luck. And, well, if you're ever in the neighborhood, feel free to drop by. Oh, should you need anything. It is my job after all.
Absolutely. I turn to walk away, but for a moment I flip back around and I say, oh yeah, give Lasari my final regards. It's unfortunate I couldn't say goodbye.
I knew he could not leave without doing that.
You have to! I've been putting all this work and all this fate.
I will do so, Cassius. I had to leave someone on the bridge looking after the servitors.
I grin and point at him. I'll see you later. Until next we meet.
Good luck, Cassius. May your heart find more hungry foes.
And while we're loading stuff on the ship and they're having that conversation, I give Brander a nudge and I go, hey, did you get her number?
Oh,
The number of what? Kills?
It's too bad. She might be contacting you. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a little message from her in the future.
maybe we'll meet them again.
Why, he's practically
Who
been a
knows?
cold fish to her the whole time.
Yeah, he's the hard to get type.
Oh, and before you go, I was just wondering. I know a few of you have mentioned wishing you had your own shuttle over a period of time. I would need a few payments on it and so forth, but do you want the one that you're currently in? You are currently in the one that you took down to the planet last time.
Oh, great.
Damn it, that's the one without guns.
You can give it guns back if you can get the guns.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Yeah, okay, we'll take it off.
Yeah, we'll take it for you, fair enough.
No charge. No charges. We'll get rid of it for you. Don't worry.
I take a look around and say that would be greatly appreciated.
I'm sure the Inquisition will cover the payments. In out-of-game terms, it would cost you 2 points of influence from any of you, or 1 point and 1 point from any of you. It's effectively a 50% discount.
You mean burn a point of influence?
Yeah.
Ah.
So wait, do we have to burn a point of influence, or do we just get a free ship?
You would have
I'll
to
do it.
effectively
I'll
be the payment.
I'll burn 2 points.
I can
Okay.
burn one
Really?
as well.
I don't have any to burn. My influence is severely limited
Okay,
right now.
Brandon's going to burn one, Garrett's going to burn one. Okay.
Yes.
Effectively use your
Good guys.
contacts to get enough money together to pay for fuel, to pay for refitting and stuff, so you don't have to worry about fuel most of the time, unless you do something like that needs a crazy amount of fuel. This will get you effectively fuel anywhere that you stop that fuel isn't like a massive issue, and also the minimum payments that he wants for the shuttle is a very minimum amount. He's really letting it go for like a bog standard rate. Well, best of luck. I'm sure that you don't need my Servitor pilot. The Servitor comes out from the pilot seat and walks back. Well, good luck, and Brander, fly safe.
I swear,
Captain,
if you
Salute
flub the
again.
roll so badly when we're taking off, you crash the ship, I'm going to weep.
Captain, surely this vessel has a name.
Well, it was one of my spare escape shuttles, and it was named A27B, but I'm sure I can come up with something a little bit more inventive.
A27B.
Can we call it the Goddam, or is that in poor taste?
That is in
I
poor taste.
just
I
looked
would
straight
immediately
at
murmur.
Cassius, wide eyes. What the fuck?
Well,
If you're looking for a
you want
memento,
my suggestion,
perhaps Sky Beast.
Sky Beast!
very well. He beckons over to a couple of servitors who run forwards. Quickly just put the name on the side. And they just get a spray can, get a little, like, tiny little blade and a stencil. 5 minutes later, big golden letters down the side. It says Sky Beast along the cockpit edge.
And see, the nice thing about this is once we're all retired or dead or whatever, then whoever's left alive, we can open up like a fish and chips shop and call it, the Sky Beast and whatever, and established 1857, 1,000 years in the future, whatever. It'd be fantastic.
Okay. And,
It'll be like tourists coming up and say, Cinco! Cassius special catch of the day!
We tell them it's clams. It's not clams.
It's tribes people. Butchered.
Oh, wow, that turned dark very quickly. Oh,
Lightly seared.
wow.
Freshly lanced. With that, the back closes up.
That
Branda
was
takes the
brutal.
ship
That was
up
savage.
and heads down to.
After the door shuts, I take a while to sort of stand about and look around and put my hand on one of the walls, and then I get down into the seat, adjust it a bit, and as we set off for the first time in a good long while, he has a huge grin on his face.
Oh yeah. And you head down to Cypricopria, a world which is full of hives. It's the first time we've been on a hive world in this campaign so far. And Garrett is awed.
Fascinated.
Yeah.
Yes. This is why I'm in the passenger seat. Well, I can congratulate Garrett that he's got his own lady now, but holy crap, what's going on down here? What's the hive world look like?
Congratulate yourself that you've got
Yeah.
your own lady now? What?
No, what?
You said congratulate Garrett.
No, I meant I meant Brander. My
Well
fault.
done, me. This is brilliant.
Well
me.
done, me.
Thank
I
you,
did
me.
so good today. Hey, thanks. Yeah, I've got the little, inner voice monologue. Got to talk to myself, little
Me, Cassius, are
devil on my shoulder.
Oh god.
Anyway, what's it look like?
Large stretches of a fairly barren prairie-like land are taken up by giant metal edifices, covering vast amounts of the landscape. You have not seen anything quite like this. I mean, as you begin to come in, you might go like, "Oh, that must be some sort of weird ocean. That must be some sort of weird ocean. Is it a giant rock?" And then it turns out, as you get closer, that there are lights and windows and spires, like radar dishes and antennas all coming out of the top of this. And there are hundreds of like little flyers around it, like traffic coming in on massive highways that lead out to the north, south, and west. It's pretty huge.
Is there any ground visible at all?
There is, but you quickly go over the top of that ground and leave it behind you, and the ground becomes something you can vaguely see on the horizon to the north as you pass over the huge metal shape in front of you, which is effectively buildings built on buildings built on buildings until you can no longer see it. From what, from a distance, looked like a sheer metal shell, up close is actually just buildings that have stacked on buildings and built on buildings over time, to the point where parts of it are reinforced with large steel beams that come out from the ground that are several meters thick, just to be able to use to support the weight of the buildings that have been built on top.
I shake my head. This is crazy.
It does seem to be a bit crowded, I say, joining him at the window. I prefer wider, more open spaces, but unfortunately those seem to be more expensive in our galaxy.
From what you can see, the buildings at the top of this generally look like more well-off. there seem to be even like some open top gardens nearby that you can see, although they do seem to be guarded somewhat by drones marking the distinct areas that each individual house or particular building owns. And as you come into land, Brenda, having got permission to land at one of the nearby docks and paid for the docking fee and the refueling and the basic maintenance, having now got access to certain Inquisition accounts, you manage to set down and get yourself indicated in a place to stay and directions towards the Library of the Emperor's Divine Light. And that's where we'll leave it there for today.
But I need to know, does the ship's transitor still identify as the A27B, or does it now say Sky Beast?
No, the indication for the ship is now codenamed Sky Beast.
Yes.
Codename Sky Beast.
Sky Beast, come in, Sky Beast.
Codename Sky Beast.
Sky Beast, you're too low. Pull up, Sky Beast.
But we can't be that we can't be that noticeable. We got to be like, I don't know, a Sky Beast taco truck or something, just so people won't think too much.
That's why we're painting it purple, because the purple ones are sneakiest. Nobody will ever see us coming. The whole thing's just gonna be purple. Because Gork and Mork wills it. Yeah, vote Xenos, by the way, because then we might fight orcs, and that'll lead to all kinds of hilarity between me and...
Everyone is now vote Xenos. There's
Vote
no...
Xenos. I think Avac
No one cares about
something
heretics
else.
or demons.
Vote Malice,
I'm
because
actually
then you
still
can
here.
make them fight demons.
I think Avac wanted heretics.
I wanted heretics. I said I'd stand up for heretics. It's always fun to like chainsword human beings.
No, I heard vote Xenos.
Oh,
Anyway,
I vote heretics sometimes so that I can get some more ammo for my guns off them.
That's true.
Xenos don't usually use stubbers.
No.
well, maybe you'll find out who's got the Truth of Thor book, and maybe there'll be people with stubbers. It's demons. It's going to be all demons,
Probably.
isn't it? Like demonettes.
It's gonna be.
no, not demonettes. They're hard. They're scary.
Okay, bloodletters then. It's fine.
Don't lie. We all know the Cassius wouldn't be able to resist. He's shown his true colors.
There's a distinct chance that a fall to chaos might happen.
They are demons.
Like, can I choose to fail a willpower check?
Well, if that's the way it's gonna go, they say to go out doing what you love.
Not
Oh,
striking
dear.
out today.
But yeah, so go check out the Patreon. I'm looking forward to doing D&D. Since this session was mostly a wrap-up of the other sessions, perhaps we'll even talk about it in the post-show. So do go check out the Patreon. I really want to play D&D. Also, go check out everyone's channel. And yeah, well, Avok, Carolina, so what will you be doing on your channel, and where can people find you?
I am on YouTube /Avac, on Twitch /Avac, and on Twitter as displayed on this beautiful overlay that he crafted, that he had several Forge Worlds dedicated to for decades. I mean, the sum of human lives that this overlay cost is
Millions of Forge Word children just working their fingers to the nub.
I mean, the skull down there on the R, like, we had to try about 200 before we found one that fit just right.
Bring in another prisoner. Blam.
And only
No,
child
that was
skulls
not the
would
right
fit.
shape. Bring in
Okay.
another one.
Right.
Blam.
Actually, but
Well-
because it's not got particularly flared cheekbones, like, it probably would be more of a child skull.
At the moment, I'm currently playing Stardew Valley on YouTube. I'm also playing Halcyon 6, which is going better than I expected. I thought I was going to lose by now, but I'm still going. I'm not going to say strong, but I'm not dead yet, at the very least. Also playing a little bit of Rogue Wizards, and coming towards the end of Act 3, being in mind they're only 4 acts in Zombie Night Terror as well, which is pretty cool. And I've got a couple of collabs going as well in the form of Divinity Original Sin 2 and Terraria.
Sweet.
Busy Avac.
Busy Avok indeed. When you're not duking ferrets. Bentham, Branda.
Yes.
All right, I am Mangled Port Gaming on YouTube, just for confusion, and on Twitter I am Bentham Plays, and I'm currently doing Rodina and Factorio. As before, I've not got many videos done, but I have some recorded. Videos will actually come out for once in the next couple of days, and the theme is murdering millions of aliens in all of them at the moment. So vote Xenos. Also, might be some KSP soon. There's a new update coming out.
Do it.
I do that thing.
Ooh.
Satellites now and stuff.
Also, his name in Factorio is Dances with Biters or
trains with roundabouts, depending.
That sort of thing.
Oh dear. Splat, Cassius.
Is Shen crying? Is he okay?
I'm just remembering every time I've ever played with Bentham, it's always the same story. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna have stuff to release, I think. No, I didn't release anything. No, I think we're gonna have some stuff to release. I've got videos, they're ready to go. No, I didn't upload anything. No, I did not release anything. Are you
Been a
releasing
very
stuff?
busy couple of months.
Okay, good.
I mean, look,
Busy in a
he's
good way.
here, and that's the most important thing, right?
That's true. That's true.
It's the only thing I'm consistent with ever.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Splat.
Oh, it's fine. I brought it on myself. I'm at Splattercat Gaming right now, and there's not really anything going on. It's kind of a dead season right now. Like, I could try to get you hyped up and be like, yeah, things are but no, there's just nothing interesting right now. This is not the season for gaming.
No, with that attitude, it's not.
Shen, is it the season for
Red
gaming
Bull
for
will
you?
It's the season for gaming over here at Shen Plays. Fuck, I'm playing Civ 6 like every fucking day.
Yeah, you can have my viewers. I don't care. Take them. It's all good.
It's fun. The single player aspect is not there though. So if you're looking for like single player stuff, it's not going to be that good. But for multiplayer, oh my god, it looks amazing for multiplayer. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm playing Civ 6 a lot. I'm also playing Tropico now and then.
If the
over on
netcode holds
Twitch.
up.
Oh, if the netcode holds up, yes, that's that. There, yeah, we'll see. But I know. I'm sorry. Anyway, you can find me at YouTube, youtube.com/Shenmue2, because Shenmue 1's dead. And you can also find me at twitch.tv/Shenmue. I stream every day, 8 hours a day, 9 a.m. Pacific. I'll see you there.
Awesome. And for myself,
What about you?
well, thank you very much for asking, Avok. There we go. Someone asked me for once. Yay!
Almost getting extra points.
I stream Saturdays, but mostly it's videos on YouTube. YouTube.com/Andrelicium. It's pretty easy to find me, no underscores or anything. And I'm currently playing Divinity Original Sin, Endless Space 2, Civilization 6, and Hearts of
We need
Iron.
to get a huge multiplayer game of Civ 6. Once it actually gets released and multiplayer comes out, we need to do
I
this.
think maybe a huge multiplayer should happen after we confirm that the netcode is able to hold in huge.
I would say 2 people
Well,
at first,
okay,
and then
yeah.
3,
Maybe like
and then 4.
the second or third attempt at multiplayer could be a huge. I don't trust the netcode enough. But yeah, so you can catch me over there. Twitch, also twitter.com/Elysium, and of course you should totally follow our Twitter channel, which is Roll4It on Twitter. Totally go follow us, add us, hashtag us, all that jazz. Yeah, we just got some art of the Jukero being executed. It's amazing. In fact, I can show it on stream because I can just do like drag and drop now in OBS.
Can you?
Yeah, like they updated it. This is by Sparky Pichu, or Spoopy Pichu.
Are we gonna start showing like fan art and stuff on the stream? That'd be kind of cool.
Come on, drag and drop.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's because
Dun,
Twitter
dun,
formats
dun.
things in a really weird way. Because it formats the images as JPEG-large, which no one like recognizes. But if you change the extension, it works fine. There we go.
Wait 20 seconds now.
Yeah, it'll show up eventually.
The wait has begun.
There we go.
So how is everyone?
It's beautiful.
Oh, you're a monster, Shane. You're such a monster. You're such a monster.
That is everything I hoped it would be. I'll be completely honest.
PETA's gonna shut us down.
No hurt. No hurt. Give gifts.
But yeah, thank you very much to Sparky Pichu for that. Maybe we should put like a little compilation of like the few fan arts that we've got so far together.
Yeah,
and play it during the break or something.
Oh, yeah. Just to comment on that real quick, if anyone wants to submit fan art, you're totally welcome to on our subreddit. I mean,
Oh
go
yeah,
for
totally.
it.
Go to the subreddit and
Love
chat
for
about like the what you think the background like arcs are and who's gonna be a heretic and so on.
You should tweet it too. Hashtag Roll4It. We'll be looking for it. I mean, it'll show up. So,
Or
by all means.
become a Patreon and get on the Discord server and chat about it there.
then you can post it like on the wall there, and it'll just like stay there.
Yeah. No one had remembered Master of the Fuel's Binus. Not a single person. I was looking on the Reddit and was like, will anyone remember this name? No.
Everybody thought it was going to be the guy from the first episode that gave us our forged IDs.
Yeah.
Everyone thought
everyone
it.
did.
And because we all thought it, that's all we were looking for.
Yep. But yeah, we're gonna go and record like an after show thing. We're up to like $470 away from D&D now, so we're getting really close.
Damn.
And honestly, I don't care about the dollars. I just care about the D&D at this stage. I'm like, I want to play D&D. I want to not be GM
Just
for a
want to be a
session.
bard.
Right, you heard it here first. He doesn't care about the dollar. We
Yeah,
get his shit.
that's going on Twitter.
There we
right
go.
now.
No, that's one of my
Not
bad
split
songs.
between
It's
four.
not about the money.
It's a 4-way split now. You fucked up.
Oh,
yeah.
no!
Apparently, you're independently wealthy. All right,
Yeah,
money
yeah,
bags. I'll take your cut.
He's in for free now, boys.
Man, we'll be like GMing
Fantastic.
in like 2 months' time, and I'll be malnourished in here like.
You guys ever play like Sid
The
Meier's
flag in the
Pirates?
background will just be burnt. We'll
Yeah.
just be rioting in his house.
There's guys
Yeah,
that
like
eating the
cats
flag.
running around with rifles.
Oh god.
Murlocs just poking him with spears.
But yeah, so do go check us out on all our channels. Go check out Twitter. Go check out the Patreon. Go check out the subreddit, which is a fan subreddit, which is really good to get people talking on that. And we're all active on most of those, I believe. And next week we'll be back on here, same time, same place, 8 p.m. BST, midday PDT, and yeah, hopefully see you then. But be on the lookout for Heretics, and of course, go check out all the fun Patreon things, including the vote.
Bang, bang, bang.
I believe
Take them out.
we'll also have people at a certain name tier will be starting to appear on this end slate thing, so you'll be able to see people who support us on Patreon at a certain tier will be showing up here in the name slate, and we'll be like, thank you. But yeah,
The Hall of Honor.
there might be that sound effect.
Remember-
We might have to just clip that.
Remember to report thought crimes.
Yeah, report thought crimes and tyrannid crimes, and just remember to roll for it. Until next week.